What is up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Let's go ahead and get this thing started. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it. Y'all already see what's going on in the title and in the thumbnail, so you already know. You already know what time it is. You already know what's happening here. Cynthia G was on Fox Soul and on the same panel with Dr. Umar Johnson, and it was interesting. It was interesting, and we definitely got to do a cover. Got to cover it. Got to do a live react and breakdown to it. So, yeah, strap on in. Strap on in. It's going to be a good one. Going to be a good one. I don't even know where to start with the pre-ramble, but we just about to get into this. So let's go ahead and get ready to go. Strap on in. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
What is up? What is going on? What is going on, good people? We are back in the building today. We are back in the building today on this wonderful Friday. Glad you all could be here. Shout out to the early bird squad, those that make it in bright and early, and drop a comment before we get things going. Gun Streets in the building says Umar was up. Man, stop. Just to cut it out. I was sitting there listening like, bruh, I know you're pro-black, but you can't be that damn pro-black to where you just, all blackness is okay. The whole concept and idea, because whenever you make an argument against transgender people, they go full blown. You're saying I don't have a right to exist. No, you have a right to exist. You have a right to exist. You have a right to your opinion, perspective, and all of that. But I'd be damn, I sit there and call you a beautiful woman. Like, that part is not happening. They have their right to their life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, however they see fit. And when I don't want to be an asshole, because it's not necessary to be an asshole. We can you can say she or he or whatever the hell. Just keep it moving. Okay, whatever. Beautiful woman. Like, that was wild. I was trying to convince myself that he just didn't know. He didn't know. But I find that hard to believe too. A truism in the building says, I'll take Get Behind Me, Daggle, for 1,000, Alex. I don't know what you're talking about there. Are you saying Umar was saying Get Behind Me, Daggle? I have no idea what you mean right there. Riley Escobar in the building says Gun Streets facts when pandering goes wrong. Yeah, I'm still sitting there trying to figure out, did he know? I think he knew. I think he knew. Like that was wild. That was wild. When I heard that shit, I
You don't find that suspicious?
dang, I thought that was the I beg your pardon. I tried to play the I beg your pardon. I tried to play that one. I ain't have it ready. Man, I can't even get through shouting out to people that made it in bright and early. Shout out to Tan in the building. He says, my girl and I roasted fat ass Dwan B. Be nice, be nice. I don't care about that man's cholesterol level. He says, my girl and I roasted Dwan B. I mean, my girl and I roasted fat ass Dwan B months ago, and he blocked me from comments. He is a super what? Okay. I don't know nothing about him. I just found out about him just today. I mean, yesterday. Dan in the building says pro blacks are the worst types of blacks to me. Yeah, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that, and that part is definitely gonna get deep. What happened in that discussion is some things that I've been saying this, I've been talking about it. Hood Servative. Oh, damn. Speaking of Hood Servative, he don't got the link. He don't got the link. Because this was going to be our Saturday show, but I just said, nah, I got to cover this while it's hot. But he did say he wanted to come up and get a piece of that. Shout out to okay, well, y'all can't see that. But set it at 40. Set it at 40 inside backroom table talk. Okay. All right. Let me take care of that. Let me take care of that real quick. Sorry, I'm into a stumbling start here, but we about to get things going. Like strap on in. This is definitely about to be a good one. Hood Server, if you're listening, I just sent you the link. But shout out to everybody in the building. Osama Abdu says, on what channel did Cynthia G and Umar go back and forth? It was on the Fox Soul channel, but it was on one of their smaller, they have like smaller offshoot channels, and that's where it took place at. I'll let you know pretty soon. Says Gun Streets. Okay, you still trying to ascertain that information. Shout out to G. Darren Dullen. Shout out to Jason Wolf in the building. He says, yeah, they played him, purposely didn't tell him that was a man. I heard he released a statement stating so. Okay. That's worth knowing. I mean, he didn't know. If he said he didn't know, I believe him. The brother did not know that he was calling that man a beautiful woman. If he said he didn't know, he said he didn't know. But he was up there sounding real damn raspy in the voice. So all right, he didn't know. All right, I ain't gonna lie. At first, I didn't know at first either. Because I wasn't paying attention. I was just so eager to see Cynthia G and Dr. Umar Johnson's back and forth. I wasn't paying attention to what was being said in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. But eventually, I was like, hold up. Hold up. Oh, see, Hood Server didn't know. Okay, so see, yeah, got to get Umar a pass. Yeah, that was a man in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. I think they said something about a trans activist, but if you go look her up, no, she's a openly trans woman. That's a man. That is a man. I sent you the link, Hood Servative. All right, I'm about to get right into it. We almost at the 10-minute mark. I like to get things started. By the time we get into the 10-minute mark, I like to go ahead and dive on in it. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. And I do want to take it. From the beginning. And I do want to at least attempt to make it through all of this. I want to at least attempt to make it through all of this. So yeah, this is going to be a good one. That's crazy. Umar called Cynthia G a black queen. He must have no idea who he was talking to. No, he knew exactly. Who he was talking to, because at the end of the show, he brought up her statement about aborting black male babies. And I think she doubled down on it. She said something, watch my show if you want to hear about, my thoughts on selective breeding and how that's the only thing that's going to help us. Marquise 912 in the building says Cynthia G, aka Ku Klux Keisha. Goddamn. Damn, that's funny. That is funny. But all right, y'all, we about to go ahead and get into this. Like I said, like this was an interesting one, and this was a back and forth that I had been waiting for a long time. I've been waiting to see something like this for a long time. I'm no big fan of either of the main participants here. No big fan at all. But just the dynamic of the two of them having a conversation and going back and forth is interesting, and you're going to see something. It's going to be highlighted and crystallized very much how you're going to be able to tell and see exactly the area in which pro-black men go wrong when they try to do the whole I call it that what them did to us, type of racism, the victim narrative, the whole works. When you go that route in a discussion with air quotes with our women, is very futile and it's stupid. It's very futile and it is stupid. It makes no sense. And I think the women have strategically sidestepped that in their it like over here we abandon aspects of the whole victim narrative. We abandon that over here in a lot of channels in this space. It's crazy because the women are changing up their rhetoric. Now, I think they are still in the page out of our playbook, but they're changing up their rhetoric and arguing that there's no white man holding you back. It's your own fault. Now, when they say that, I can for the most part agree that, no, I can 100% agree there's no white man holding us back. I can agree with that 100%. And then when the question comes, well, then why do these problems in the black community exist? What the pro-black men don't have the nuts to call out, and one of them tried to do it, but then he backed down. The guy at the bottom. What the pro-black men don't have the nuts to call out at that point, they don't have the nuts to call out the true factors, and the true outcomes of black boys or black people, male and female, raised by single mothers. They don't have the nuts to really call that out, because that puts the argument back into their lap. In a way to where then they got to examine their thoughts, actions, and behaviors. Because you're going to see, once I start rolling the clip, you're going to see a woman who, we know the facts of it. She's affectionately called baby mama number 5. Talk about men abandoning their kids, and we're gonna, like it's like those two things can't coexist. We know that if it's an actual family structure intact, that black people could grow up and do quite well. We know if they're raised by single mothers, they grow up and statistically have bad lives. Statistically, there's exceptions to the rule, but statistically, they have bad lives when they're raised by single mothers. And then once that's acknowledged, and then we can go back David Carroll style, and then trace the whole history and lineage of it, of how it was basically a movement, a whole down movement of I can do it by myself. I don't need no man. And a whole generation of them that started making choices that did not lend to a family staying together and a family being intact. Whole generation of them made choices that didn't lend to that. So, but they said that they could do it by themselves. And then, so like David Carroll say, okay, let's look at the scoreboard. How have you done? You said you could do it by yourself. You said you don't need a man. You said you don't want a man. And even if you didn't actively even if you didn't actively make a calculated decision, like one person in this video that we'll be watching, make a calculated decision to go find a serial impregnating bed buck and get his semen, so you could do it by yourself. If once you get to the point where you've made those decisions, where you've made, I would say, anti-community actions, becoming a single mother on purpose. Yes, on purpose. Becoming a single mother on purpose, and And in addition to that, even if you didn't actively say, I'm going to do it on purpose, engaging in reckless sexual behavior with the most sketchy non-committal men in the community, it's like those are decisions that are being made that are that are ultimately leading to the type of community that we see. Those are decisions that are being made, and they can't take the conversation that route. They can't take it that route. But we got Hood Conservative down in the back. So we're about to go ahead and get into this. You got any
Well,
commentary?
yeah, I just wanted to hop up for a quick minute. I had to pull over to talk to you for a second because I wish I could have get really went in on this, but the timing is off. But I just wanted to say though, I I walked away from this interview almost siding with Sinji a little bit, bro. Like she dumped on him so hard. I was like, she does make a point because black men have been kind of bamboozled with the race hustle,
Mm-hmm.
and black women are using the race hustle to gain power for the women, and the women are not the race. The women are just the women. And so what's happened over time is black women, they can use the oppression narrative and they can say, bad things happened in the past and this is why everything is going the way it is for us, right? For the women. But men have no excuses. And I kind of tend to agree with that to a certain degree. Like, listen, tragedy befalls everyone sooner or later. But ultimately, men have no excuses. And all the time, we've been sort of, not we, but all the time, like, the black community has been like focusing on the race history and the race past and, 12 years a slave and all that stuff. We have been taking our eye off the ball of actually gaining personal and political power as men. Now, the women have been gaining personal and political power through the racism hustle, but they've quietly sectioned off the men from their own political power. And I've been saying this for years on the manosphere now. Black women are going to get tired of black men being oppressed. They don't care that it's true. They don't care about the past and all that. They just want winners. That's ultimately what it all boils down to. Because women want winners. If you keep telling your own woman that you've been oppressed for 400 years, you've been getting your ass handed to you by the white man for 400 years, well, how
Yeah.
long until she picks the white man? It's in her biology. She is biologically predispositioned to go with the winner and lay her head in his lap. And after watching this interview, I think Cynthia G is going to come out as a divester.
I don't know.
She,
Well,
she's
she
using
technically
divester
yeah
language, bro.
she's already there in terms of her rhetoric. She's already there in terms of her rhetoric. But I want to tease out what you're saying because this is important, and I know you're with me on this. We're not oppressed, okay? We're free in this damn country. All right, we're free in this damn country. The shortcomings of black people, most of that shit is cultural, and that's the point that I was getting at when I was breaking things down. The shit is cultural. Okay, we got cultural issues. There are some things structural that can be tweaked and nitpicked at. Yes, that's fine, but the shit is cultural. So I don't accept the premise that we are oppressed. Okay, I don't accept that premise, and I know you don't accept that premise. Now, what's happening, I don't see that. I don't see it as a situation where, it's a choose the winner situation. Because I mean, the fact of the matter is, who they choosing? The regular degular white dude that stay next door to me. He just a dude. He just a dude to make regular money. It's more so the optics and the tactical move that they're making in saying that, okay, so you're going to sit here and complain about racism. You're going to sit here and complain about being oppressed. You're going to sit here and complain about a foot on your neck. They're basically saying, yeah, you sound like a bitch. And with that part, I agree with them. And I think they're doing that. They're doing that strategically. They're doing that strategically to basically to disarm, the argument. So basically when they want to talk shit about what black men not doing, when they want to talk shit about what black men not doing, they can they don't want to they don't want to be do the whole racism dance anymore. They don't want to do that anymore. And I don't even buy the notion that they got all this power. I mean, okay, they got incentives and benefits, and the double minority status, and can get a job. I mean, I don't necessarily consider that they're in a position where they got some power. I don't buy that. But they are it is a legitimate situation to where so long the conversation between what's going on between black men and black women, it's been derailed by a discussion about racism and white supremacy. And over here on this side of the aisle, we dropped that racism, white supremacy narrative. We dropped it. We said, no, fuck all that. We looking at what individuals are doing and are not doing, and it's on us. That's what we've done. And when you do that, and you can look at culture, and then you can look at how the culture is formed, and you can look at the outcomes of single motherhood, and then you could trace that back down to the culprit and see that it's pretty much what they want. And then you could have a proper discussion about culturally what's going wrong that has the black community in the state that is in. The pro-blacks, they won't call that out. They want to cling on to the racism, and then now the black women are disarming them from disarming that racism argument from them, and now they're left sitting on their hands because now they can't look at the culture and call that woman out. So it's like if they don't have a white man to call out, they have nothing. And so that's
Yeah.
what she's doing to them. Is like, and so so what she's saying, it don't bother or affect me because I'm not the oppressed foot on the neck narrative. But so yeah, that's where I'm at with it. How much time you got?
I just pulled over for a couple of minutes. I'll probably join you later on after you get through the show a little bit.
Okay, cool.
But one last thing though, before I do hop off, I just want to say that there's another element here, and that's this whole group dynamic thing. And what happens is like the group is artificial. Black people as a unified mass, that is a social construct. It's barely real. It was never truly real anyway. But what it allows for is, instead of the individual woman being loyal to the individual man, or judging the individual man by his own accomplishments and then falling in line, you get to say, I don't have to respect the accomplishments or achievements of any individual black man, so long as all black men have this like collective boot on their necks. It's an impossible task. And so for those guys like Umar and the other guys up there, they don't realize how impossible their goal is. You can never win the group dynamic argument with women. It has to always be about the individual man, because as a woman, you're not married to black men. You don't have babies with all the black men. You're the
Exactly.
baby with one man at a time. And so for a woman, if you can't find one good black man when apparently other races of women can find one good black man, now we have to ask, well, what the hell's wrong with you? If Becky can get a good black man, if May Lynn can get a good black man, if Maria can get a good black man, what happened to you? And you were
And
born next to the good black man.
and that's where pro-blacks will never take it. Pro-blacks will never take it there because they want to cling on to the racism aspect of it. But once you take it there, then they have to look in the mirror, and they never take it there. So they just stick on that oppression, and then now the women are their women are browbeating them, saying no, you're not oppressed. It's all in your head. And if you are oppressed, what have you done? What have you done to stop it? So either way it go, yeah, it all around. It all around just makes black men look weak when you take that oppression narrative, the victimhood narrative, and all of that is, And then this is the last thing I say, and I get you. Well, first off, Bowdy Thug says notice G was using Black Manosphere talking points. Absolutely. She's moved on from the "you're conquered and dominated" stuff, but she's transitioned it to well, if you think that you're conquered and dominated, okay, then what have you done? Because it's like she argued that point: you're conquered, you're dominated, you're blah blah blah, and then to a bunch of them weak ass buck breaking documentary watching that. Okay, I ain't gonna go there. A bunch of them then sat there and said and then conceded the point. Yeah, we are conquered and dominated. And then so now she's just saying, okay, what you gonna do about it? And again, she's right on that, because it ain't the woman's job to fix that problem if you accept that problem exists. But the problem with the whole conquered and dominated bullshit is that, and I've heard a few people break her down on this. I've heard a few people break her down on this, and it was basically, when she explained how that works, basically she was just simply talking about the government of the country that we are citizens of. So by the same standard that a black man was conquered or dominated, like I said, a white guy that lived next door to me, he's conquered and dominated by the same. He has to abide by the rules of the government of the country that he's a citizen of too. So it's like, by that every civilian is conquered and dominated by the government of the country that they're a citizen of, per her definition. And I think she understood that argument was getting stupid, so she dropped that argument and found a better argument that she could turn on pro blacks, but she can't turn that argument on the manosphere, well, on the sectors of the manosphere who don't buy that oppression shit. And they'll properly turn it back around on her, sort of like how you just did right there. But Body Thug in the building says no, Sinji. Notice NG was using black manosphere talking points. I agree. I agree 100%. I agree 100%. And we got even black chicks showing up saying nobody's a victim and all that. Like they're strategically dropping the victim narrative. We call them victim queens for a reason. They play the victim game. Oh no, this is the last part I'll say. This is the last part I'll say. If somebody wants to play the victim game, but they want to take it to the government and try to get some type of benefits or something out of the government, if they want to do that, like how agents, agent hate, all that, they played the victim so they can get some bill passed. If they want to, if pro black men want to do that and they get something done and it's beneficial for black people, that's cool, that's great. I understand it from that perspective, because when we read through Dr. Tiasan Johnson's 14-point political agenda for black men, it was a lot of stuff in there that we was like, that sounds like some victim narrative stuff. But at the end of the day, if he get it passed, if he get it through, he get it in the right hands, and if it go through, if a lot of what was in there will benefit black men. So it's like, yes, you could take it there and try to do something political with all those narratives, but it is utterly pointless to try to even do that in a conversation with the women. It's pointless. That's my that's my
Well,
general thoughts and take on that.
one last thing, and I've been asking this question periodically, especially when I go to like certain panels where it's like true believer pro blacks and whatnot. What do you think is more threatening to black men in particular, racism or feminism? And yesterday we watched feminism. They man, feminism came off the top rope on Umar, yeah, and the other dude, I forget his name. Is I guess everybody
Juwan
knows
or
who
something.
Umar is, right?
Yeah.
But like feminism came off the top rope with a leg drop. Feminism put them in a Boston crab, put them in a figure four leg lock. Like feminism is out here crushing, and so I'm glad this happened because I want people to see what the real problem is. Racism is not what destroyed Umar yesterday. He got killed by black feminism. So let's have that conversation. But I'm gonna leave you to your show. I'll try to come back up a little later. All right.
All right, cool. Peace. 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 All right, y'all. We about to get in this. Kenny Conjo in the building says, enjoy your weekend, bro. And everyone, congratulations on your channel growth. Definitely will tune in between clients. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Kenny Conjo. Thank you again, Bonnie Thug. And thank you, Galactic Six. Thank you, Galactic Six. Do appreciate you coming on through. And it says, black men are more targeted in every area because they are males. What did you? Okay, there you go. That targeted, like, explain that. Targeted. Explain what you mean. Black men are more targeted in every area because they are males. They represent a menace for other males' power position. Black women are not a threat. It's even good for the system to divide them from their community. The things that they benefit from, are the same things that every other woman in this country benefit from and have access to. You're going down that wrong route and that rabbit hole of talking about this power structure is trying to do this and trying to do that. It's like I'm gonna break down and explain why that ain't it. I'm going to break down and explain why that ain't it, the direction that you're going right there. But I got we 30 minutes in and I haven't even pushed play on the video yet. So let's go ahead and get it going.
Mac. I am Tammy Mack. Now, during American slavery, many slave owners were terrified of their slaves' insurrection and retaliation by the enslaved was perceived as a constant threat. That threat, in their minds, was spearheaded by Black men, whom they did their best to humiliate and emasculate as much as they could. When did that physical and psychological warfare against Black men end? Or is there a war on Black men to this day? The business of being Black today is the war on Black men, or not. Please welcome author and activist Hope Giselle. Hi, Hope.
Hey.
Doctor of Clinical Psychology, Dr. Umar Johnson. Hi, Dr. Umar.
Black Power.
Radio personality and family advocate, Dwan Brown is here. Hi, Dwan.
Hello, hello, hello.
And influencer and YouTuber, Cynthia G is back with us. Hi, Cynthia G.
Hi, how are you doing? I'm glad to be here again. I'm ready.
Hi. It's funny. Just sometimes you can tell it take everything in her to like fake normal. It's like that was funny. Hi. All right, anyway.
Let's go then. I'll do exactly.
All right, just for the record, for those who don't know, right there in the upper left-hand corner, that is a man. That is a trans woman. So the name is, and so Dr. Umar Johnson had to release a statement. You know, he said these two beautiful women on the panel. He was referring to her and Cynthia G. He released a statement saying he didn't know. That's the problem you run into when you just start calling all women beautiful. You can't, if no greater evidence, you just can't be calling all women beautiful nowadays. But all right, let's just go.
What you tell me to do, and that would be go. Now, this question may seem rather odd and unusual for the title of this show alone in terms of, is there a war against Black men? But the question is always asked here on the business of being Black because, well, it is the business of being Black. So why should Black people care if there is a war on Black men or not? Cynthia, you kick it off.
So I first want to say there is a war on Black men by other Black men. And for that reason, I do think that we should care. I think that the perception of who's going to war against Black men is going to determine where our energy is directed. And I think it's counterproductive to focus on the group of men who are terrorizing the Black community simply because they're being bullied. There's no war against them by other people. They're being.
All right, let me back up before she get into that part. The part of it where I agree with is that the proper focus, the focus needs to be in the right spot. The focus needs to be in the right spot. That is the part that I agree with. And it's happened plenty of times on my show where people tried to come up and they put an overemphasis on the racism and white supremacy, and they put an underemphasis on individual choices and actions and behaviors and culture and all of that. And every time I get to that discussion with somebody, they end up looking bad. They end up looking bad. And that's sort of what happens here. Now, when I think Body Thug said she's using some Black manosphere arguments. Yes, she is. I think she's using those arguments because the Black manosphere, other than like, you know, some of the conservatives that don't even talk to Black people, you know, I'm talking about the Larry Elders and everything. They got an audience full of white people. Other than them, I think conservatives in the Black manosphere, Black men in the Black manosphere, are the only ones who've ever truly just kicked the legs off from under the table of the whole victim narrative. The only Black men I've ever seen doing it in an audience full of Black men. You know, you see Black men doing that when they have audiences full of white people. And the Black manosphere, the only place where it's a true conversation, audience full of Black men, and we're really examining the whole victim narrative. She's taken aspects of that because she didn't used to talk like that, but she's taken aspects of that and she's weaponizing it at the pro-Blacks who want to cling on to the victim narrative. So that's more or less what's happening here.
Being bullied by other groups of men. So that's why we should care.
Dewan, why should we care as Black Americans if there's a war out on your kind, being Black men?
We should care because Black men are the breadwinners of our society. And what we've seen, especially over the last 50 years, is the jobs that Black men specifically take have been taken away to other countries or put back into prison, which has then affected the whole family, which caused the so-called war on Black men, like Cynthia G just said, happens when Black men fight each other. That happens when the economy is destabilized. And you destabilize the economy through destabilizing the foundation of Black men's income to ability to earn income. So that's where the war on Black men is right now.
And now, listen, where I'm at with it, and this is going to be a reoccurring theme here. Where I'm at with it, this is going to be a reoccurring theme here. That, and I've been saying this from the start, whatever the problem is, it still is on us to fix it. Whatever the problem is, everything culturally is all wrong and messed up. Everything culturally is all wrong and messed up. You know, I pull up the data all the time. I pull up that data all the time. And now the data eludes me. Now the data eludes me. I pull up this data all the time. The second column right there in the blue. This is Black. This is for children's living arrangement differ by race and ethnicity. In the blue, that 36%, that's married. All right, look at how big everybody else's blue section is. In the yellow, cohabitating. Our cohabitating percentages is roughly the same as everybody else's. The pink, where it says mom only. Look how big our percentage is compared to everybody else's. We know it's data that shows that if you're born in two-parent households, it's data that shows that a black people born from two-parent households, it's data that shows that they do just as you're better off being born Black in America into a marriage than what you are being born white in America to a white baby mama. Like, so when you average that into the equation, you're seeing the problem right there. So when you ask the question, well, why aren't they together? Then it turns into why aren't Black men and Black women together? Then it turns into a problem of interpersonal relationships. Then it turns into that, and we get criticized for putting too much of a focus on that. But that's where the breakdown is. That's where the breakdown is. When you could try to pull out the system and say the system is what's causing that breakdown and separation, but I don't see it that way anymore. We're gonna get deeper into that.
Hope, why should Black people care?
We should care simply because when Black men are not happy, Black women can't thrive, and then the Black household and Black families don't flourish. I think that as long as Black men feel attacked, they're always going to turn that back where they feel like they have the most power and honestly say so, which is the Black family. Oftentimes.
Come on, man. Okay. What she's saying right there, what she's saying right there is basically because Black men have a lack of power elsewhere, they turn to she's basically making an argument that they abuse or lash out at their families because they lack power anywhere else. And this is the flaw in that argument. This is how we know that they don't really believe that when they try to separate from the victim narrative. This is how you know they really don't believe what they're saying, because when she's talking about Black men having a lack of power, and then they can only exert power on that woman in the house with them. If you understand how the power work, like it's an incorrect statement to just say white men have power. No, a small percentage of white men have power. A small percentage of white men, by definition, are in the top 1%, 2%, and 3%. A small percentage of white men are running the government and making the laws. That's by definition a small percentage. A small percentage. The regular white dude is just a dude with a job. He has one job and a vote. That's all he has. So he's not operating in power. But the mere fact that if you view all white men as just this big powerful entity, even though the average white dude just got a job and a vote and no power, When you understand that, you won't make arguments like that, because you'll understand that that same white dude who just go to a job and just work for somebody else, he would come home in the same exact situation. He come home in that same exact situation. So that's where they smuggle in nonsense, and that's how you know when they start trying to pick apart Dr. Umar Johnson and the other dude's victim narrative. Yes, how you know they don't really truly believe what they're saying. They're just playing a well properly tactical gotcha on them, because you can do that, because the victim narrative in 2022 is old and tired, and I think we ought to be done with it.
Times that energy that we pour into who is doing what to other people is then neglected within our own Black men, and then they cannot thrive as fathers, as nurturers, as caretakers, as heads of the household. But they can only do that if we acknowledge that there's a problem outside of us.
Dr. Umar, you, my sir, are a Black man. Why should I care about a war being waged against you?
If you care about the future of Black people, then you naturally have to care about the destiny of Black men. When you look at most of the pathology in the Black community today, from Black on Black crime to single female-headed households, to poor academic outcomes, to unemployment, much of that is due to the war against Black men. So if we want to survive and thrive as a Black pathology, you naturally have to care about—
I had to rewind what he was saying because I was playing around looking in the chat room. Somebody was talking about the income level of Black men. I got the stats on deck today. And somebody was saying they make 42. It fluctuates. It fluctuates. But either way it go, I mean, you could take 7,000 or 8,000 off of everybody, or whatever, but it fluctuates. But that's generally the gist of it. And those numbers that I got on the screen, they will become important later when we hear the full-blown Black girl magic parade that they're going to try to that they're going to try to rain on Umar with. Those numbers will become important later on in the show. I got the numbers on deck today.
The destiny of Black men. When you look at most of the pathology in the Black community today, from Black on Black crime to single female-headed households, to poor academic outcomes, to unemployment, much of that is due to the war against Black men. So if we want to survive and thrive as a Black family and as a Black community, we have to implement solutions for Black men.
So Cynthia G says that the war is waged against Black men towards Black men. So everything that you just listed, Cynthia would suggest that that is the fault of the Black man on his own.
And I would disagree with that. All of the problems that Black men have were introduced by the white power structure. We do not control the school system. We do not control the criminal justice system. We do not control the economic system. All of the problems that we struggle from were introduced.
It's other groups in this country that don't control those systems. That's why I don't like that argument. I don't like that argument.
By the white power structure. Black on Black crime is a byproduct. It is a second-hand influence of the white power structure against Black males. Stress, depression, fatherlessness, unemployment, miseducation, lack of economic opportunity. These are the ingredients that contribute to Black on Black crime. You cannot do an effective and accurate analysis of Black on Black crime until you first do an effective and accurate analysis of white on Black crime.
Cynthia G, you say what?
I say this is the typical Black community's dishonest. I'm going to blame everything on everyone outside of the Black community and ignore what Black men are choosing to do. The reality of it is the system is not making Black men do anything. Whether Black men have schools where they can send their boys to is up to them. Whether Black men just choose to educate themselves so that they're qualified for positions that will give them the income they need to support their families, that is on Black men. No.
Now, again, I generally agree with what you're saying, but see, here's the thing. When you say rather not Black men educate themselves, is the problem that she run into right there is that Black men were once Black boys. And so who raised them? If they grow, I mean, basically you're saying, we're going to raise you bad. Now that you're a man, go out and conquer the world. We raise you to be sick. Now we're going to order you to be well. It's like, that part don't work. But at the end of the day, like at the end of the day, I could sit here as a man and say, yes, it falls on men. We gotta make it happen. We gotta get it together, regardless of the circumstances, no matter how bumpy the terrain is. We gotta figure out how to drive on this shit. But it is disingenuous for a woman, especially a group of women who, based off my assessment, become single mothers on purpose and want it that way. It's disingenuous for them to say that it's black men's fault if they're undereducated and their education was under the care of black women who wanted to raise them by themselves. So that's the problem she run into. But overall, so this is a weird reaction because I'm disagreeing with everybody. There ain't even a person on here that I can truly say I'm agreeing with. And unfortunately, because she's taken some arguments from the black manosphere, I'm agreeing with her more. But she's in a horrible place to be even trying to even make the arguments that she's making.
Nobody's forcing black men to walk away from their children. Nobody.
See right there. See, she did it right there. Nobody's forcing black men to walk away from their children. You can't make that statement. And I hate to bring personal into it when I do these. I hate to bring personal into it, but you can't make that statement when you I try hard not to bring personal into it. When you're when you're baby mama number 5, you can't then complain about a lack of fathers in the home. Like, that's what I mean by the choices that they make is what results in the outcomes. Now, yes, one dude could be a reckless serial impregnator. That much is true. But baby mama number 2, especially 3, especially 4, especially 5, especially 6, like they lined up. Like you can't, you know that that he is not going to be a father in the home because he can't be in 5 places at one time. So if you willfully get pregnant by a man who you already know has children, then you can't complain about them abandoning their families. It was never an intention for it to be a family. It was an impossibility for it to be a family. So you can't talk about them walking out and abandoning families when family was never even on the table. Family was never on the table. So that's where it gets ridiculous. That's where it gets ridiculous when you can clearly see that they are willfully collecting semen from serial impregnating, sketchy non-committal dudes, and then turn around and complain about the lack of fathers in the home. It's like that is beyond ridiculous. It is beyond ridiculous to do that. It is beyond ridiculous to do that. And here comes Clarence flying in with his cape on. Here we go. Here we go.
It was he who.
True, but let's not act like guys don't sell the dream. You telling me homeboy who had like 33 kids, you telling me he sold like 17, 18 dreams to that many different women? Like, cut it out. There was no dream sold. Modern women have figured out that they don't need a man to be attached to them in order to have a family. They just need semen. They can have a family. If just them and kids, they can have a family. The only way a man can have a family is if he's attached to that woman. Typically, that's the only way you can have the family. They can have that family without being attached to that man. So they can find, and actually one of the dudes at the bottom did actually step up and say this, but he backed down. But also I'll say it, and I'll say it a little better. he did basically point out, when you average into the equation that a lot of them will get pregnant, or they'll get a check, they'll get on the system, they'll get housing, they'll get this, they'll get that. They will basically abuse all the government incentives. They will basically abuse all of that and get pregnant because of that. Now, granted, men do have a choice to not get those women pregnant, but the men who are not reckless serial impregnators are not out there getting them pregnant. But it is enough of them out there that's going to get the job done. It's enough community semen out there for them to get what they want. It is. It is not too many ways around that. Deadly Raver in the building says, got to give you something for you dealing with this itch. Have a good weekend, my man. Absolutely, absolutely. Do appreciate you coming through, dropping something on it. Do appreciate you coming through, dropping something on it. We got Jay Daniels in the building says, Black women are not a threat. Also, 40 plus million delete Black babies 5 decades later. Make it make sense. Yeah, I mean that's Little Big Nate's argument. So hopefully we'll hear from him later in the show. But you're talking about Black man's war on Black people, and yeah, the biggest war on Nate would argue that the biggest war is happening in the womb with the amount of abortions, and on top of that, and said individual says abort Black male babies, right? So there's that. There's that part that you can't run away from. Shout out to Mike and Vince Perkins, who did run the numbers and did do a brilliant job in his breakdown. I think BGS did some videos like this. They've probably lost in the archives of his channel, but Mike did one. He said where he broke it down really good. 56% of Black men don't have kids. I highly recommend that video. Mike, you could drop the link to that one in the chat room, or I'll just put it in the comment section. But 56% of Black men don't have kids. You factor in the percentage of Black men that are married. You factor in the percentage of Black men who have kids and have a visitation, parenting time, or whatever the hell they call it, situation set up. When you start talking about those who are reckless out there, who ain't taking care of the kids, who are just getting women pregnant and just willy-nilly with it, it's like it's a smaller percentage of men. It's a smaller percentage of men that are doing that. So we've broken down the data on that. We've broken down the data on that a number of ways, but we got 463 people in the building. I have no idea where we at on the likes. Let's go.
Is forcing Black men to murder Black women every 5.5 hours. Nobody's forcing.
Somebody is forcing Black. Okay, here's the thing. They keep bringing that up. She says nobody is forcing Black men to murder Black women every 5.5 hours. In the words of Thomas Sowell, compared to what? I looked it up, and it's like every 11 minutes a woman globally, every 11 minutes a woman is murdered by a man. So that's 6. That's basically 6 per hour globally. So whenever somebody is throwing out that, that stat, every 6 hours a Black woman is killed by a man or by a Black man, or however they came up with that, it means absolutely nothing. Well, I mean, it means something because 1 is too many, but it technically means nothing until they compare it to something. When they say, when somebody point out that black men they only make 42,000 a year. I said, okay, compared to what? Okay, white men they make 51,000, or depending on what data you look at, what time it fluctuates. The data that I most readily had right here, it was at 50K to 62. Damn it, 50K to 62K. Compared to Hispanic men making 45K. I always say compared to what? So the stat that shows wherever they got the stats from, that ultimately shows that Black women are killed every 6 hours or something like that. Compared to what? How much are women nationally killed every 6 hours, or how many times per day? Globally is every 11 minutes. So you just keep throwing that out without comparing it to nothing. You have to compare it to something. Otherwise, that means nothing. Otherwise, those are just random words. When they talk about black male murder rate, the first thing I want to know, okay, how much is everybody else killing each other? Okay, black men are doing it at a much higher rate. Okay, point conceded. I don't argue with that one. No, I won't. I don't argue with that one. You always have to ask compared to what. You always have to ask compared to what. The stats and data that I looked up says globally every 11 minutes. You're talking about 6 or 5 per day is 6 per hour globally. So there's that. With women being killed by men. 6 per hour globally. It's bad. That's a bad number. That's a bad number, but you put the number that you're citing to make black men look bad, put that in the full proper context, comparing it to other stuff. And then let's see where it's at. And if it checks out and it comes out that where black men still look bad or do it at a higher percentage rate, then yeah, okay, then we'll own it. But right now it means nothing because nothing was compared to it.
Black men to abandon their children, publicly display how they don't like or care about their children.
Black men abandoning their children. I already dealt with that, but I'll just revisit it. And I've talked about this a number of times. Even when it's a marriage, even when their relationship goes bucket list is complete, they file for a divorce 80% of the time. I've talked to a number of attorneys on my show. Black men, or not black men, men in general, but black men included, the majority of the time try to get at least 50-50 custody. The woman will then fight against them getting 50-50 custody, and she will end up with full custody of the kid. You can't have a discussion about men abandoning children when the same women who would have that discussion about men abandoning children will fight against that man getting 50-50. Every woman who's a single mother right now, if that dad showed up and said, hey, I'm going to offer you the ultimate child support, 50-50 custody, 1 week with me, 1 week with you. We can get it out of don't need the court system. I don't need to pay you no child support. You don't got to pay me nothing. Just 1 week with me, 1 week with you, offering you the ultimate child support. I would argue that 90% of them would say no, because they don't want to lose that power. They don't want to lose that control. They don't want to lose that check. Once we acknowledge that simple point is true, then they don't get to talk about men abandoning children anymore. The mere fact that when it's on the ground, when in divorce court, and I've experienced this firsthand, trying to get custody, trying to get 50-50 custody. It took a long 3-year fight that cost thousands of dollars to not abandon my kids. But it wasn't an issue of me abandoning my kids. It wasn't an issue of the system stopping me from seeing my kids. It was the mother of the children after post-divorce fighting tooth and nail to limit access. Like, that's a real thing, and that happens every time during a divorce. So you can already imagine if there was never even a marriage, how the circumstances in which she thinks and how she reacts and how she responds and how much power she wants in that situation. So it's like this is, let's not even play that game about abandonment of children. In my home state of Michigan, when a child is born, the mother is the automatic legal the presumed custodial parent. The only way that the man can have legal rights is if he takes legal action against her. Otherwise, the kid is hers. If they break up, the kid automatically goes with her. So quit having a conversation about rather men leaving their kids. Did he leave you and the kids, or did the question always asked, did he leave you and the kids, or did you leave him and just take the kids with you because you legally own them by right? So this whole abandoning kids thing, no, that's done. That's done. And that's why I always circle everything back to single motherhood and single mother rates and the outcomes of Black people when born into single mother households. And then you look at the circumstances, situations, and how they become in those single mother households, and look at the decisions that was made that put them there. Then look at the outcomes of how they get there. And then that will answer all the questions. Everything that Umar is blaming on white supremacy, that's how you get the answer to all the questions of how Black people end up in the state that they're in. That's it right there. That's it in a nutshell. And the woman who's the spokesman lined up to become baby mama number 5, according to Clarence, she got sold a dream. But no, no, she wanted some semen because she wanted a kid. It is what it is.
No one's forcing Black men to do anything. And I think it's a great disservice to pretend that someone is forcing Black men to do things rather than to put the accountability where it needs to be, which is Black men. If they have an issue with the system, they should have addressed it a long time ago. You don't get to complain that you don't have any power in a system that you didn't fight to have power in. You fought for assimilation. You did not fight for equality. That is on you. I think we're making excuses at this point.
Dwan?
And I would like to say,
shout out to SKC. I found out about this largely in part because I saw you covering it. Says listening, working, and enjoying this. Salute and keep doing your thing, BR. Absolutely, absolutely. And shout out to you, SKC. Do appreciate your support and appreciate you coming on through. And I gotta hit you on the email. I do gotta hit you on the email. I be answering emails in my mind and then don't actually type out an answer and push send. So I apologize for that. I do owe you a response in the email.
say
Go ahead, Dr. Umar.
briefly that Lyndon Baines Johnson had commissioned a Kerner Commission in 1960.
And this is what they do. I'm sorry. This is what they do. They go dig back into the history, into the archives, into the annals of Black history. Whenever pro-Blacks, and it's Black women are the same, but it's crazy how they're taking a sidestep away from it. It's crazy how they're taking a sidestep away from it, but they're the same. But it's going to be embarrassing if Black men are just left holding his bag of going to the archives to whenever you in a discussion with somebody and they put you on the ropes. You see this all the time whenever I'm debating, OG or any pro-Black. And once I got them on the ropes, then they just start reeling off a bunch of historical fun facts. And I'm more or less tired of that. And Black women apparently are for tactical reasons, because they still play their victim narrative game. They still victim queens, but for tactical reasons, they are shooting down that whole victim narrative, reeling off the historical fun facts, going back to the 60s, going back to the 30s, going back to Tulsa, going back to the plant station, going back to Kemet. They're abandoning that. And then now again, it's looking bad on Black men where they're sitting there like talking about what them did to us, and they oppressing us. And like, it makes you look weak. I said you can play that victimhood narrative if you're taking something politically to put in somebody's hand to try to get done, to where we're going to withhold our vote. But if you get these things done, you got our vote, or promise to get these things done, you got our vote. And if you don't get them done, then you don't got our vote next election. We got like play the victim narrative politically, but in a discussion with women, no.
67-68 to investigate the causes of the 1967 Red Hot Summer. As you know, there were more race riots across America in 1967 than any other year since 1919. Led by Newark, New Jersey, and Detroit, Michigan. The Kerner Commission were experts in criminology, sociology.
Passport Bros podcast. Do you got that? Is that Pablo on another channel or something? I mean, you might be in some type of infringement, whoever that ain't, but anyway, other groups are under the same system, but they pick a side, which is the side of the oppressor. So are you saying that you're oppressed? Just like LGBT picked a side. Also, a population of 6% Black men can't overturn a system. The system does not have to be overturned. This isn't about overturning a system. This isn't about defeating white supremacy. All right. I don't understand why you take it there. You say other groups are under the same system. They just pick a side. The system, we are in the freest country on earth. I stand by that. We are in the freest country on earth. Okay, there may be some exceptions. We in a very fucking free country. We have life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. And nothing is stopping us from doing the things that we want to do and the things that we want to get done. Now, is it easy? No. Is it hard work? Yes. But so when you start talking about this from the standpoint of overturn a system, no, the system is what the system is. The country is what the country is. The governmental structure is the governmental structure. We have democracy here. So, and that's not going anywhere. It's about playing the game and leveraging whatever political power you can. 6% of a vote is a 6% of a population. That's a large vote. That's a large vote. You can get things done politically. Agents are not trying to overturn or overrun a system. They're thriving within a system. Everybody is figuring out a way to thrive within the system and work the political game to get what they want out of it. Like that's the game. So to overturn, overrun, you're falling for that shit where they gaslight us into thinking that we got to locate the XY coordinates of white supremacy on the map and storm it like the beaches of Normandy. Like that's not the game anymore. That's not the game anymore.
Education, politics, and etc. They produced a book that is, I believe, at least 500 pages that details the reasons why those riots took place. And according to the president's own commission, the problems that exist in the Black community were created by the white power structure, maintained by the white power structure, and enforced by the white power structure. So Cynthia G's position is totally inaccurate and has been refuted by expert testimony coming from the Kerner Commission itself. And I would also say, good sister, that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. One of the reasons Dr. King was murdered is because the Kerner Commission was released, which would have gave Dr. King all the ammunition he needed to lead his breadbasket campaign. Even the white power structure admits that the problems Black men face were introduced by the white power structure.
And to go on.
All right. Going back through the history, if you go back through the history, then yes, there are obviously some horrible things. There are things that obviously is going to have a lingering effect. Right now, 2022, I think it is in our hands. By the way, if you're new here, subscribe. If you're new here, subscribe. It's 2022 and it's in our hands. That's where I look at it. That's how I look at it. And Top Notch Radio says we can't let you fake conservative serve up political ideology. Can't let you fake conservative. Sir. Okay. All right. None of you in the manosphere can explain political history. I understand political history. And history is history. And we are here right now. History is history, and we are here right now. It is a matter of what are we going to do right now. When they go into the history, it's like they go into the history just for the sake of going into the history. Now, I love history. You can learn a lot from history. I love to study history from an academic standpoint, but I don't study history just so I can get, myself filled up with how horrible they are. Just so for what? For what? I mean, if you're doing a historical breakdown of something and connecting dots with today and showing how this problem happened, but the most important thing is to talk about what problem actually exists today. And if you can logically break down the circumstances that is causing these problems to exist, that's fine. Okay, let's use that as political fuel to get something done. Use that as fuel to get something done politically. You like that? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But just to have a circle jerk about what them did to us, I'm not okay with that. And I don't do that no more. I don't do that. Passport Bros podcast says, my point is that there's two major rule, but there's two majority rule structures, majority by population or majority of wealth. Black men can only have power by obtaining more wealth. Okay. I can agree with that. Yes, obtaining more wealth will get you more power. The small percentage of people that have wealth, they do have power. They can control and influence politicians. You can control and influence politicians, then laws are being made in your favor to help you maintain your wealth and power. But are the people who are building that wealth and power, are they really truly working for the little guy on the ground? Or are they just doing things to help better maintain their wealth and power? The politicians that they're paying off, are they paying them off so they can, make life better for the white guy that stays next door to me? Like, no. So that's when you say that majority thing, I don't buy that. It's a high percentage of white people that are vote in favor of laws and everything that's going to make them a minority in this country in 20 years. So they're not even operating on some majority collective to keep some collective power, because we're not in a caste system. They don't even disagree on what should be done with their majority vote, and they're voting in favor of stuff that's going to make them not have a majority vote. So it just turns into a situation where you start looking at white people as just one big monolith, which they're not. It just turns into a situation where you're trying to make the boogeyman bigger. You want to look at the wealth of white people, the wealth that a small percentage of white people have, and you want to make that all white people's wealth, and you want to look at being the majority and want to make it seem like they all vote the same way to their benefit. That's not what's happening. That's not what's going on. Like, the whole concept of white supremacy, the shit is on the decline. So to me, it don't make no sense to complain about it. It makes sense to figure out what you got to do to roll up your sleeves and fight for better positioning in this country. It's just that simple. Damn it, I'm trying to get back to this tape. Ruckus Buck in the building says, approach is two-pronged. One, know your history, acknowledge it, learn from it, lose victim mindset, learn system, use system to gain power. Boom. Very simple. Summed up what I was saying in very, very few words. Thank you.
And to go on top of that, to bring further evidence that Dr. Umar, what he's saying is right, we can go back to 1967 in South Central LA. There was one murder. Look it up. There was one murder in South Central LA in about an 18-month period between 1967 and 1968. Why? Because there was adequate resources. UCLA was bringing black people in for free. When it came down to it, jobs were plentiful. When black people were adequately resourced, you didn't see black men killing each other. So when we talk about, this thing that's going on, it's not that anyone is forcing black men to kill each other.
Okay. If there's a way that resources can be gathered from the government, great. This is our government. Like I always said, we helped build this country. Our men died in every war for this country. We citizens of this country. We pay taxes to this country. If something can be gotten from the government that we fund that can benefit black people, I got no problem with that. However, when you talk about black people not being properly resourced, or it's like, I still say a lot of that comes back on black people. The amount of businesses we got. Yes, there are some businesses. Yes, it's growing, it's moving, it's fluctuating, but I can't look at it and say that it's not on us to do better. I can't look at it and say this that. Now, if somebody could lobby some politicians and get something done, then goddamn it, go do it. But I say it's on us to roll up our sleeves and make some shit happen.
Each other. That's not what nobody's saying. There's a cause and effect relationship between everything. And we're talking about having a full cause and effect, full on viewpoint of what's going on. What's the cause? What's the effect? When you live in a violent society that murdered its way to make the country and goes around the world enforcing murder, what's going to happen in that country is similar to what's going to happen outside the country. So we got to look at that. And when we talk about black men killing each other, it's just a handful at the end of the day. When black men interact, 99.9% of the time, the interactions are positive or neutral.
Well,
going back to what I said previously, when Cynthia G threw out that statement about every 6 hours a black woman is killed by a black man, I said, compared to what? The only data I could find on that similar is to every 11 minutes globally a woman is killed by a man. So I always say compared to what? So if he says it's just a small percentage of black men that are killing each other, you ask the question, shout out to Thomas So, compared to what? If you compare it to how much other men kill each other, black men do it at too high of a rate. Even if it's not the majority of black men doing it, it's still being done at too high of a rate. So again, like one thing I've always said about pro-blacks is all they seem to do, many of them, is complain about white people and try to spray perfume and cologne over the shit that's in the black community. You know how when somebody funky and they ain't took a bath and they just want to try to spray some cologne over it, that's what they do. They try to spray cologne over funk. That's what they're doing. They complain about white people and try to spray cologne over top of funk. That's pretty much what pro-blacks do. And I hate it that is women who are pro-black in their own way, but really just pro-black female, and we're going to hear that come through. I mean, we saw it with the Fox Soul thing with Ice Cube, so we already know the deal with that. And this is on Fox Soul, so we know what pro-black female looks like. We know what that looks like. So it is funny and a bit of irony that the black women who are pro-black female who are the ones who are shitting on the traditional pro-black narrative, because they've essentially abandoned it and said, hey, we're going to do our own thing separate and apart from y'all. And it's almost like, what? So why are you? It's like, what sense? That's what goes back to my statement. It makes no sense to even bring that to them. It's like, what do you want? The fuck you want a hug from Cynthia G in the tranny? Like what?
Then you don't have an argument for the system, because the whole system isn't doing anything to you. It's just a handful of people, right? But I wish we could get out the 1960s and jump into 2022. I feel like this is also another way for Black men to gaslight, because they know they have done absolutely nothing. Even if you are complaining about the system and the Kerner Commission and all of these policies, you failed to do anything about them.
And again, pro-blacks, they do gaslight. They gaslight they ass off. What Cynthia G has done is strategically warped into her shit on black men rhetoric is the abandonment of the victim narrative to try to say, oh no, it's your fault, you need to do it, which that part again I agree with. Now that's a change up of her rhetoric about y'all conquered and you dominated and blah 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 blah. I think she got debunked on those arguments because they really didn't make any sense. So she pivoted to such. She basically stole aspects of what the Black manosphere say about black people and dumping that on black men. That's pretty much my analysis of what she doing, how she pivoted in her arguments.
It is your failure to address the issue as men that have these problems going on. You can say it's only a handful of black men killing other black men, but the reality of it is you don't have the same energy when you're talking about police shootings of black men. Then you act like the entire police department, every last one in every single state, is doing something to you. But now when it comes to black,
now you see what I mean when I say she's still she's still in some of our arguments. That's the same discussion I've had with OG. That's the same exact discussion I've had with OG.
And terrorizing the community, making the community unsafe, killing black men, women, and children. Now you want to go to, oh, it's only a few of them. Be that as it may, the bottom line is the issues that black men are inflicting on the community are issues that we should be focusing on.
I want to get Hope in on this real quick. Hope?
I mean, the fact of the lack of elevation and evolution that we see in these arguments are my biggest issue. Once again, we're back in the 1960s when we should be having, like Sin just said, a current conversation. Currently, black men are not being held at the fire and said that if you don't provide this, or if you don't show up in this way, we're going to do X, Y, and Z to your family. Y'all just are not showing up. And then when you're asked to be held accountable to these things, you say things like, well, back in this time, and when we tried to do this back in a couple of years ago, half of y'all weren't even around when those things were, put into action. And then when you found out about them, instead of bringing them back to the forefront to see if they would work for you in this day and age, you just talk about what didn't work in the back, on the back end of things.
She's accurately describing what pro-blacks do. The part about y'all not showing up for your families, I couldn't get past that part because it was like, okay, damn, I forgot this is a man. I ain't gonna lie, it throws me off. This is a trans woman, biologically born man, and so I'm trying to listen to what she's saying. She's saying, and it is hard to even filter it through the process. And then I got it in my mind that Dr. Umar Johnson said that it was, two beautiful women on the panel referring to her and Cynthia G. So it's like it just makes it a whole shit show when they fucking Fox Soul, they bring on the discussion is there a war against black men, and bring on a trans woman to discuss it. It's weird. It's weird, and it's hard to even process. It's hard to even process it. I don't know. Shout out to the crazy therapist lady. I'm lacking. I'm lacking the emotional intelligence. I mean the emotional vocabulary to to have this conversation. I'm lacking the emotional vocabulary to have this conversation. I freely admit that. Michael Vinsberg is in the building. Says, let me see if I can make that. Nope, that's not going to change. Okay. Michael Vinsberg in the building. He said, it's like Sinji is the Joker and Umar is Batman. Sinji is daring Umar to break one of his rules of blaming black women for anything, and he just won't do it. God damn, that was good. That is exactly what's happening here. But later in the stream, if I ever get there, we're going to see that. But she's daring him. It's like she's dangling. she's dangling somebody off the side of the cliff. It's like, yeah, it's wow. And you know Batman going to jump down there to save that person. You know he's not, it could be something, it could be a bigger problem. He's not gonna let that person die. Even though it's a bigger issue that he sees right in his face, he got to go jump off the cliff and save that person.
I think that a lot of the times you all find it a lot easier to gaslight us into believing that we're the problem so that you can have more time to figure out what the solution is, but that's not the solution anymore.
Gaslight us into thinking we're the problem. See, that's what I say. Yeah, I don't got the emotional vocabulary for this. This trans woman is saying y'all are trying to gaslight us into thinking that we're the problem, but by us, she means women. Like she's like, I apologize. I this is a shit show at this point. So let's try to take it. Let's try to take it on its face. I think the gaslighting comes in when they start making the whole victimhood racism narrative. That's where the gaslighting comes in, when they go that route. I don't think it's gaslighting when Black Manosphere, which those two men are not, are having a conversation about the true social dynamics between black men and black women. That's not where the gaslighting comes in. And that's where a lot of times the whole victim narrative thing goes away. But the whole victim narrative thing that Umar and the other gentleman is playing, that's the pro-black gaslight that's been going on for years. That's the pro-black gaslight that's been going on for years. That's separate and apart and independent from a discussion with women about the social dynamics between men and women. So again, that's why it's a shit show of a weird conversation that I don't even understand.
We figured out that doesn't work, and you trying to buy time in the system is not going to help anybody, and especially not the Black communities that you say that you love.
Before we go to break, hold that thought, Dwan. Before we go to break, I do want to take up for my Black brothers here. The CDC reports that Black men show up to their families more than any other race in this country. Black men are taking their children to school. Black men are playing sports and doing outside extracurricular activities with their children more than white men, more than Asian Americans, more than any other ethnicity in this country. But we'll continue to talk about the war being waged against Black men when we return on Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack on.
Good questions being asked by Coach Keith. He says, where's the version of Fox Soul hosted by men? You're seeing the early stages of it with men coming on YouTube making this type of content. If there was anything that could qualify close to a Fox Soul but hosted by men, where women still have a voice on it, just like men do have a voice on Fox Soul, but you could tell who's holding the keys. The closest thing to that, I really do got to say, is the Peace Network. Real talk. I know y'all complain about there's a lot of cackling women over there, but the fact of the matter is men do run it, and men do control it, and it is a more male-centered platform. So that is an example of it growing. Maybe not as big as Fox Soul, but that is an example of thing. That's an example of it. He said, "Geez, Lapeef." Yeah, you're seeing the early stages and early phases of it. Like you're seeing the early stages and early phases of it. When somebody like Kevin Samuels was blowing up the way that he was blowing up, you were seeing that's when you were seeing the phases and the stages of it. So yeah, it's happening. It's happening, but it's on the rise. Blackground TV says Bernard Riley again. What is pro blackness to you, my brother? To me, I always say I'm pro-black in the sense that I would like to see black people progress. So in that sense, I am pro-black. But a lot of people that wear the title pro-black, in my assessment, all they tend to do is bitch and complain about white people and try to spray cologne over the funk in the black community. Jamari 81 with $5 super chat says misandrists like Cynthia G and her supporters do not desire an honest conversation about black men and their contributions to society due to hatred. Yeah, and there are people who are doing actually it was Shay Sade who just did a good short video about things that black men are doing, making things happen. There's a lot of people who cover it. I got a lot of stats on that shit. I mean, put it like there needs to be more black-owned black male businesses run by black men. Shay Sade just highlighted one that did a bunch of great things. Always point out there's lots of black-owned construction companies with majority black staff, owned, ran, operated by black men that's making money into the hundreds of millions. There, you can just Google a guy. He owns a trucking fleet with I forgot how many hundred trucks and how many millions that he's making. I mean, it's all it's there, but it needs to be more. It needs to be more. Ancient Man in the Building says you have a whole Peter built on the conversation. A conversation about a car, LOL. I don't understand that. Forgive my ignorance. He said Peter built on the conversation. A conversation about a car, LOL. I didn't understand exactly what you said. Go ahead and pull up the next one. Trina B says, what is opposite of pro-black? I reject the premise on pro-black. I reject the premise on it because the people who use the term, they use foxhole menopause. Okay, that's funny. What is the opposite of pro-black? I guess I would have to say anti-black. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Indifference to black. I don't know. I don't know what would be the opposite of pro-black. That's a weird question. Like somebody saying there. Oh, Peterbilt is a semi-truck brand. Ah, okay, cool. Okay. Got it. But what Dark Knight Mentality is saying right there, define pro-black. That's seriously what you would have to do. You have to define pro-black. It is, yeah. I agree. Dark Knight Mentality. She's operating. She's building a straw man. She's trying to make it seem like if you're not pro-black, you're anti-black. That's why I went on and played ball and said anti-black, which I'm not anti-black. I said I'm pro-black. I would like black people to progress. I just think the people that wear the title pro-black are more about just complaining about white people. Black Wizard in the building. He says, I don't think it's gaslighting. People are saying if we want a community, we both have to acknowledge our roles in the state of things. Men know what they're responsible for, but when women are asked what they ask, they deny involvement. I agree with you on that. Now, if that's the discussion about which each individual, male and female, are responsible for building the type of community that they want, that's not a gaslighting discussion. And that's where women quite often expose themselves of not being very community minded, like it's hard for you to show up, it's hard for you to be showing up at damn near 40 with a couple kids by a couple men talking about you community minded. I mean, it's like, granted it could be, let's just say she was, you was married or some legitimate relationships failed. But it goes back to the conversation I had with Mr. Let Go, where he said basically we need to go wife up these baby mamas for the name of being community minded. And I'm like, okay, but they made a lot of community minded actions that led them to being in the situation that they're in. You want us to be community minded with community minded people. If they were community minded, they wouldn't have got knocked up by Nuck, and then somebody like me or whoever or whatever who wants to get married and wants to have a family would see a proper suitor right there to have a family with, to build that community from within, one household at a time. That's not happening if they get knocked up by Nuck. When we call that out, we get called incels. So that part isn't gaslighting. But when they talk about the problems in the Black community and they go all the way back to Kemet, that's where it does turn into some pro-Black gaslighting. But the manosphere conversation that we have about it, that's not a gaslight. But they merge the two. Seems like a lot of women on the internet and pro-Blacks don't think women participate in community building. No, they don't. They don't think that they participate in it. But the main thing that this is just my assessment, and so anybody can just call it whatever you want. My assessment: a woman's role and participation in community building is for her to. He said the trolls getting restless. I ain't even watching the chat that much. Is for her to get with the most competent man, competence, character, willingness to commit to her. Find one, get with him, stick by his side, have his children, raise those children, and that's what a woman can truly offer to the community. Be the raiser and teacher of children. And then that's onus is on man to provide and do the man role in that regard. They would argue that, well, the man is not living up to his role or his part of the bargain, so we can't do our part of the bargain. And to that, I say bullshit, because Hispanic women are not having that conversation with Hispanic men. So to that, I say bullshit. We look at where Black women fall economically in comparison to every other woman. They fall exactly where we fall economically in comparison to every other man. So whatever boat we in, they in that boat too. It's no problem with two people in that boat getting together and making it work, committing to each other and making it work. Like that's how it works in the functioning community. That's clearly with Hispanic people who make less money than what we make. That's clearly what the hell they do. So yes, there are SKC, you're right. There are roles for men and women within a community. What they want to argue for is for the women to be as reckless as they want to, do whatever they want, and y'all need to build Wakanda so we can just come and rest in it. Like that's how they that's how they look at it. That's how they look at it.
Fox Soul. We'll be back. Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack. In the business of being Black today are Black men. Is there a war being waged against Black men? First of all, I want to see where you all stand just by a yes or no. Dr. Umar, is there? Yes or no?
My answer to that, just my real brief and quick answer to that is no. That's just my answer to it.
Absolutely, yes.
Hope, is there?
No.
Duan?
Absolutely, yes.
Cynthia G, where are you on this?
The only war is the war that Black men are waging against the Black community.
So is that a yes or no?
Yes, there is.
Duan, if there is a war waging against Black men, do Black men have allies?
No. The only allies we have is our I would say we don't have any outside allies as far as any other races. No. The only allies we have are Black women who are on code with Black men.
Because I was about to be real mad. I was about to go ham.
No.
Hey, when she said I was about to be real mad, she sounded like Concrete Rose right there. Just listen to it.
Real mad.
The only allies we have are Black women who are on code with Black men.
Because I was about to be real mad. I was about to be real mad.
That's a concrete rose song right there. She sounds exactly like Concrete Rose. She said, "I was about to be real mad." Oh shit. Hey, no excuse entertainment is saying I missed this super chat. Could you bring this was the last one. My bad. And you didn't let it sit there long enough for me to miss it. I'm digging up trying to find the old one. You just sent it. Sinji tries to argue but fails. Man, I don't know why that's looking so small today. Sinji tries to argue but fails at it basically having an apartheid basic fails at is basically having an apartheid in the US, like how whites in South Africa ran the country as a minority. But for some reason, she argues why black men can't do the same. It's goofy if the expectation is that black men as some collective group is going to run the country. Like, no, get more political power, yes. Get more Senate seats, getting more position, yes. But run the country as a collective group, like, in my eyes, that's seriously not even happening. In terms, like, there's no caste system in this country, so it's like that's why a lot of those arguments break down. There's no caste system. That's why those arguments break down.
About to go ham.
No. Because it's a lot of black women who are on code. I know I'm married to one. I've been with the same woman for 20 years. So I can preach, I can walk what I preach when it comes down to this. We do have allies, and the allies, the ally is the black man, woman, and child. With this whole fight between black men and black women, it's like the women forgot about the kids. It's like it's this whole war going on, and it's like the kids be damned. You have people like Dr.
You jumped on me there, Dewan. You jumped on me. I don't even know how we got to the kids.
Why the fuck she making that face? And when she's saying, I don't even know how we got to the kids, SKC, this is them ignoring woman's role in community. That she can't make a connection with a community failing. She can't make the connection with how the children are raised, how the children are cultured, how they're brought up. She can't make the connection. This is a seemingly intelligent woman that I'm assuming is educated somewhere. She can't make that connection. So that identifies the problem that you're pointing out, the SKC. Because she's talking about whether or not it's a war on black men. The discussion is there a war against black men? And he's saying that in addition to that, in terms of community, the way that our children are raised plays a factor into the equation. It's a factor in the equation. Like he's not wrong about that, and he's going there. He's being Batman, attempting, potentially about to break one of his rules, but she's like, it just does not compute. It does not compute. What do kids got to do with this? You can't have community without kids. But what do kids got to do with this?
I forgot about the kids. It's like it's this whole war going on, and it's like the kids be damned. You have people like Dr.
You jumped on me there, Dewan. You jumped on me. I don't even know how we got to the kids.
No, because we're all one. Black man, woman, and child.
Are you talking about the kids that black men abandon and publicly talk about how they don't want?
Again, I will always ask this question. Did he leave? Did the man leave the woman and the kids, or did she leave him and take the kids with her because she legally owns them by right? In my home state and in most states, that kid belongs to the mother. She is the legal custodial presumed primary parent if there is no marriage. The only way that he can get legal rights as a father is if he takes legal action against her. So if they were together or half-assed together and they broke up legally by right, that's her kid. She took it. So this whole notion of black men abandoning their kids because the relationship or lack thereof failed, it's like, no, like that doesn't work. I always say, did he leave you and the kids, or did you leave him and take the kids with you by law? Which one happened? And the same rule applies even if there's a marriage, because by law, they get the kids the vast majority of the time. So this whole abandoning kids thing, that is a bullshit narrative. I always said, and I said it earlier in the show, I'll say it again. If men show up like they do in divorce court trying to get 50-50 custody, the majority of them do. I talked to lead attorney and so many other lawyers about this. Men, the majority of the time, they are trying to get at least 50-50 custody, and the majority of the time, the women fight against them getting it. So the same rule applies, especially if there was never a marriage. So when it comes to men abandoning children, it's not abandoning children if they have to legally take action against you to get access, and you fight against that access. End of. That narrative has to die.
I can't speak for your life, but all I know is my father's always been there for me. My wife's father's always been there for her. I'm there for my wife. My grandparents were there. I have married lineage. I can go back 400 years of marriages. So I don't know.
Be that as it may, it's very well documented.
I was talking. When it comes down to it, there are some men that leave. And when we're going to talk about the men that leave, let's talk about a lot of men that leave because of how they were pushed out by people who were going around trying to get government benefits. Let's talk about that. If he's not there, let's talk about all these
Now he's hitting it.
All these single family households that are there because somebody wanted a baby so they can get a check one day and didn't give a damn about who she had that baby with.
Now he's going down the right path.
80% of the women having the sex with the same 20% of men.
We don't know if that's true. A lot of people now, he's still in manosphere talking points, but we haven't confirmed or proven that that's true. So that's why I don't even make the argument about 80% having sex with 20% of the men. I don't go there. I don't say that, but he doing good now.
You keep in that same loophole. You got to look in the mirror.
Well, period. I don't know.
Now he's saying that, keep in mind, to somebody who's arguing, talking about men abandoning children, who's baby mama number 5. So he is right. The people live on the panel with him shows and confirms that he is right in what he's saying there. He is right. It's no way around that. You can't complain about men abandoning children if you went and got pregnant by somebody who had 4 baby mamas. You can't do that. You can't do that. You willfully chose somebody who was like it. It goes without saying. I feel like it's stupid that we even have to explain this. It's stupid that we have to even explain this. Black men abandoning children when approximately 40% of those so-called kids weren't even fathered by him. I didn't know that number was high as 40%. I think it's at 30%. Black women been carrying that line and been lying all this time. He says, ignore the 5th baby mama behind the curtain. Says it's pattern, Bernard, a number of black women sharing Stormbreaker. Yeah, like we get it, we know, and we understand that. You can't ask the questions why there's no fathers in the home while simultaneously becoming baby mama number 5. This means you got pregnant in a situation where you statistically knew there would be no father in the home. Like, you knew that he can't be in 5 places at one time. You knew that. So when you break down the amount of black men who don't have kids, Mike Perkins did the numbers right on that, 56%. When you break down the numbers that is married, that's 30%. And you break down what's left, and you break down, there's a percentage of that is still cohabitating and everything. It's a small percentage of single men out there getting these women pregnant. Like, that part is really hard to avoid. That part is really hard to avoid. So when they talk about that abandoning children stuff, but they're getting pregnant by sketchy non-committal dudes. It's like, no, you can't make they're just abandoning their children, they're leaving their families. Like, no. And even when there's a situation where the family was intact and then broke up, he has to practically go to war with you in order to just get 50-50 custody, and you're going to fight against him getting that. So no, you don't get to make that argument.
One, I mean, your points are well taken. I'm just confused on how we go from a war against black men to women having babies by different men. It's not adding up here. Dr. Umar, help.
The mere fact that she can't add that up, that the mere fact that she can't connect those dots illustrates the problem quite well. The only thing confusing about what he's saying is that he drove home with the victim narrative, with the white supremacy, what them did to us narrative, and then he left that argument probably because it kept getting dunked on, and then he circled it back to personal accountability and culture. And when he circled it back to personal accountability and culture, she just start malfunctioning. It does not compute. It's like, it's like she started hot wiring, smoke start coming from her ears. It didn't compute. It didn't compute. That children being born in that situation in a culture that willfully does that, a culture that willfully does it, makes it to the point to where, yes, you're going to have black people growing up in a disadvantaged state. And that disadvantage that disadvantage that is created by the culture is what normally gets blamed on white supremacy. But really, it's cultural things that we can correct on the ground. When he started talking about those cultural things that's wrong, where women are looking at it like, oh, I can get pregnant and I can get a kid and I can get housing and I can get a check, or this system, this welfare, this allows me to be able to function and thrive without a man. I can have my freedom, I can do what I want, and I can have my kids, and this is my family, and I don't really need him. I don't need to be committed to him. I can do it by myself, even though we know the stats to show that you can't do it by yourself, but you can do it by yourself. All of that increases the probability that she's going to leave, or she's going to take the kids with her, and she's going to be separate and apart from the black man that she was with. All of that increases the probability of that happening, and then we know the statistical outcomes when she raises kids by herself. That is the problem, not the boogeyman. He tried to get rid of the boogeyman, and she just said, "Nope, we're not doing that. We're going to simultaneously tell you that the boogeyman doesn't exist." But then when he makes the argument of the implications of what's really going on if there is no boogeyman, no, you can't make that argument either. So they're basically saying you can't complain about the boogeyman of white supremacy, but you can't criticize our actions either. Okay, now what can he do in the conversation? If it's not because those actions that she's taken are completely separate and independent and apart from the man's action. The man could be a decent guy. He could have a job. He could, he could actually want to be with that woman. But if she goes left, or she chooses something else, or if she just doesn't even get with him to begin with and go get knocked up by Nuck, that man can't do nothing about that. She's free to do what she wants to do. So these are their free choices and their free actions that are making the bids that they're laying in. So it's like they're basically saying that no, nothing can be criticized over here. Now I can criticize the man. I can criticize Nuck for being Nuck and knocking her up. I can criticize that. But it's like it's like nothing can be criticized here. All right, hold on. All right, let's get back into it.
Help me make the math.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a couple things. Number one, we have to make sure that we conduct a systems analysis and an institutional assessment. Communities are made up of institutions or the lack thereof. Communities are governed by systems or the lack thereof. Let us be very clear about something. This fratricide, this black on black crime that so many of our brothers are engaging in, let us remember, Irish did the same thing. Italians did the same thing. European Jews did the same thing. And in the 1930s and 1940s, the United States government decided to upgrade them to white status, and in so doing, gave the Italians control of the fire departments in the Black community, gave the Irish control of the police departments in the Black community, and gave the European Jewish immigrants control of the civil service municipal jobs that they still control in many city centers today. The point that I'm making, Tammy, is that America gave Southern European immigrants an economic stimulus package. Before they gave that economic stimulus package to Jews, Irish, and Italians, they were doing the
Okay. They gave other people economic stimulus packages. If you think Black people need an economic stimulus package, work the right proper political angles and try to get that done. But having that in a discussion about Black men and Black women, it's pointless. It's pointless. It's so funny that it
the exact same thing Black men are doing today, selling drugs, breaking the law, running in gangs, killing one another. But the government intervened and aided them. The reason Black male pathology is still going on 30, 40, 50 years later is there has been no resolution, there have been no solutions, and there have been no governmental intervention. With that being said, I'm not waiting on the government to solve the problems of Black men. We as Black men have to unite, come together, organize, and solve our own problems. Just because we can admit that the government introduced pathology into the Black community, we can still take full responsibility for ending it ourselves.
Now, well said. Well said right there. I agree with that. That is a statement that I wholeheartedly agree with. However, in actual practice, when you listen to what he's saying and what he's talking about, that it doesn't play out that way. It doesn't play out that way. But overall, that is the right thing. You can acknowledge the history, sort of like a super chat that somebody sent earlier. Sort of like the super chat that somebody sent earlier. Then I will. It wasn't a super chat. It was just a statement where yes, you can acknowledge the history, you can learn from the history, you can drop the victim narrative, and then roll your sleeves up, move forward, to do what you got to do to make a way. Like if that's what we talking about, that's cool. I'm down with that. I can get jiggy with that. I can talk about that. Big Poke Dog in the building says support media for Black men. Absolutely. Trina B in the building says, I'm sorry I asked the question. I'm sorry I asked about the opposite. It doesn't appear claiming to be pro-Black is a good thing. I say it's not about claiming it. It's about just what you believe and how you operate and how there's somebody like BGS said he's pro-Black. I don't think BGS operates badly in his pro-Blackness, but the people who literally everything that they talk about is just all simply a matter of one caping for all female behavior no matter what, bitching and complaining about white people, and trying to spray cologne and perfume over all the funk that's in the Black community. And that's pretty much what they do. You saw the brother do that in the lower right hand corner where he was basically saying, "Oh, the murder rate ain't that ain't that big of a deal. We ain't got to worry about that." That's basically trying to spray perfume over the funk in the Black community. So the people who claim to be pro-Black, that's generally what they do, and that's why I criticize the concept of it. But like I said, I'm pro-Black and that I want Black people to progress, but I don't attach myself to the label for those reasons. Rich Turner in the building says, I wouldn't even get on a panel to discuss Black issues with people who are the actual issue in the flesh. I know, but they can't call it out. They can't call it out. Picture me being single and childless and getting admonished by a woman who is baby mama number 5. Only in our community does that make sense. Thank you very much for the super chat. I do appreciate that. Cartman said it best. Whatever. I do what I want. Let's get back into it. I'm 2 hours in. I already know I'm not going to finish this.
Hope I see you nodding.
Yes, because I feel like when you can name all of these things so eloquently and so beautifully, and yet y'all still fail at being able to do these things after years and years and years and years and years of trying.
What do you mean y'all fail at doing it? You got Adam's apple and testicles too. Like, what the fuck? Okay, all right. That's why I said this is a shit show and I can't have a serious conversation. Shout out to the crazy therapist. I lack the emotional vocabulary to just take what she's saying at face value. You can't separate yourself from the men. You put on a dress and some earrings. You don't just separate yourself from the men and say what y'all ain't doing. It's okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Hood. Part two is tomorrow. Part two is tomorrow. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we ain't no way I'm gonna get through this. We're gonna finish this tomorrow with Hood Conservative. We're gonna finish this. I know I keep saying she. I know. I know.
Where do we find a new solution? Because if you can't talk to each other, if the old men are scared of these new boys because they're a lot wilder than y'all were, because they're a lot more buck than y'all were, what ends up happening is I see that a lot of y'all see these young boys, and instead of addressing them, y'all are afraid of them. And so you walk away and say, well, that's their generation's problem. And it can't just be that generation's problem. Like Sin has been continuously saying, if I have to just answer the question with a yes or no, my answer is no, because the war that we're fighting for Black men is the one that Black men are fighting within themselves. Is it about adjacency to whiteness? Is it about being able to assimilate to that white hand? Or is it really about the freedom of Black men in the Black family and the Black community?
I like that question a lot, Hope. I want to hang.
What the hell did she say?
Been continuously saying, if I have to just answer the question with a yes or no, my answer is no, because the war that we're fighting for Black men is the one that Black men are fighting within themselves. Is it about adjacency to whiteness? Is it about being able to assimilate to that white hand? Or is it really about the freedom of Black men in the Black family and the Black community? Or
I like that.
She's talking about Black men trying to get adjacency to whiteness. Now that is a very peculiar thing, because I wonder, what is she describing? What would she describe as Black men trying to get adjacency to whiteness? Like, because the only time Black men get accused of being white is one, either when they're with a white woman, or if they're engaging. If only time Black men get accused of being white is if they're doing something good. Like if they're getting really educated, they're climbing the corporate ladder, they move into a nice house in a nice neighborhood, and they're like so. How can you criticize the inaction of some Black men, but then the Black men who are taking action and doing what more Black men need to do, you criticize that at trying to get some adjacency of whiteness, or adjacency to whiteness, or closeness to it, a white hand? Again, it turned into a situation like, what the hell can he do? He can't just be in the hood doing nothing, but then he build himself up and climb out of that shit. Oh, well, now you're trying to be white. It's like, if ignoring the fact that this is transgender, just trying to take the point, trying to use my emotional vocabulary and just take the points on itself, it's just like, what the fuck?
Question a lot, Hope. I want to hang on to that question. Dewan, if there is a war against Black men, what exactly is the war?
The war is to disenfranchise Black men economically, because when you destabilize us economically, everything else is going to fall. We can take this back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, in which Maslow didn't come up with, but that's who gets credit for it. When you take away food, clothing, and shelter, everything on top is going to crumble. That's just human science. And what I'm hearing right now is people that are saying, ignore this.
Thank you, Black Wolf. You summed up what I said. I don't even know if you was trying to sum it up just properly, but you stopped being a Black man. It's like she's talking about Black men not fulfilling their role and abandoning their post and everything. All right. All right. You can a trans woman who's biologically born a man sit there, presenting as a woman and say, too many of our Black men have fell down on the job. Too many of our Black men has not rose to the occasion of being men in our community. It's like, that's why I'm trying to listen to the points that's being made and respond to the points on their merits, but it's so hard to do it. It's so hard to do it. Man, this is killing. This is too funny. I'm trying to at least make it to the part where Dr. Umar Johnson called him and Cynthia G two beautiful women. I'm trying to at least get there before I open it up.
The science, you know it's been proven for thousands of years, and let's just focus on these black men. I don't care that everyone else has done it when they were in the same economic situation, all of that stuff, and let's just go back to what black men need to be doing. When you take away the bottom need of the pyramid, everything to what black men need to be, they're sort of stable. Let's ignore all of that stuff, and let's just go back to what black men need to be doing.
Now, his statement right there, let's ignore all that stuff and let's just go back to what black men need to be doing. That is a proper statement to say if you really properly identify and break down everything and how and why the community went wrong, and you truly break it down accurately. Start with the second wave of feminism, start with the free love movement, start with that, basically start with the divorce boom that came after that, and then all the babies started being born out of wedlock after that, and those babies that grew up then became basically the people that was selling crack in the crack era, and the whole works like that, and you start from there like that, that's and I'm if you start from there of when the family broke up and why it broke up and how the culture has basically just kept leaning and going in that direction, and based off all the evidence and everything that we've unearthed on this channel and a lot of channels like mine, black women, they don't want to be tied down, attached to a black man like that. No, they want their freedom, they want their independence, they want to do what they want to do when they want to do it, and that's pretty much the issue. But those issues and those things, they have results and they have outcomes, and those outcomes produce the type of communities and neighborhoods that we got to see. So if you point out all that, you point out all that, and then you just circle it back to, oh well, let's just talk about what black men need to do. But we can clearly see what's going on that's causing that separation between black men and black women. If you just go right to what black men need to do, you're basically saying, yes, build a comfortable, cozy place to house these baby mamas. Like, that's basically what it would come down to.
When you take away the bottom need of the pyramid, everything else is going to crumble. And with that being done, it's still only a few of us crumbling. It's a whole lot of us winning too.
I
agree with that right there. I agree with that last part right there.
agree with that. I want to go ahead, Hope.
I was going to say, but it's at the expense of the black families that y'all claim to care so much about. I think that what we fail to realize is,
what does she mean at the expense of the black? Oh, she's saying the black men that are doing well is at the expense of the black families that y'all claim to care about.
That when the black men who do have that platform that are not doing those things get on, the last thing that they're thinking about is the black adjacency to their family. They wanted a similar.
Oh, bullshit. We ran the numbers on this. Black men that make over 6 figures still marry black men that make over 6 figures that get married still marry black women at over a 85% rate or something like that. And it's a lot of black women who will only stay married in a marriage that they respect if he's making a lot of money like that. And that SKCB pulling out the stats on this, that divorce rate among black people, how much black women actually file for divorce, they abandon and walk out on families more than anybody. So she can't try to say that. They say that, oh, when y'all get good and y'all get successful, when y'all just walk out and abandon your family. It's like, you can't say that.
The last thing that they're thinking about is the black adjacency to their family. They want to assimilate to whatever whiteness, whatever white male privilege they get. And that's a large part of the problem.
How could she talk about black men want to assimilate into whatever kind of whiteness? These black men are talking about the problems of the black community, and they're blaming this white supremacy structure. But the woman and the woman who's saying, like, nope, it ain't the white supremacy structure. It's what y'all doing. Like, so it's on, and then later on they're going to talk about how they reap their benefits from that structure. So, but they then can't turn around and say, oh no, y'all just trying to be close to that structure. It's like damn. It's like, how do they say that with a straight face? How do they say that with a straight face? The black man that got it together, that's doing things the right way. Oh, well, they just trying to get close to the structure. No, the men are being traditionally pro-black with their fist in the air. Y'all are the ones that saying damn all that shit. Like,
We see this happen when we look at social media, and we're seeing Black men publicly proclaim the idea of loving on everything but a Black woman, wanting to have children because their eyes and their hair are going to be looser and more exotic looking. You do not see that.
What? Black women do that. Oh my goodness. That's projecting to the fifth power. You don't see Black men talking about, ooh, the kid, ooh, that baby gonna have good hair. Oh, he gonna be cute. He gonna be light-skinned. Oh, I hope he have green eyes. Oh, that's them. That's it. Let me dispel some shit real quick. Let me dispel something real quick. Because she's projecting so hard. She's projecting so hard. Let me show y'all something. Because they're trying to make it seem like Black men just want to be with white women. This is what I typed in. I typed this into Google. When she was saying some of he, whatever, I typed this into Google. Black man and Black woman together. I typed this into Google and pressed images. This is what I saw. First image, Black man and a white woman. I mean, Black woman and a white man, interracial romance. Second picture, an interracial fix for Black marriage. Black woman and a white man. I was gonna do a whole show on this. Says I'm a Black. Okay, the third picture, a white man and a Black woman. It says I'm a Black woman who doesn't date Black men. Sometimes I feel guilty about it. Second picture, a Black woman, white man, and their mixed kid with good hair and all of that stuff that she was talking about. Next picture looked like a single mama. Next picture, white guy and a Black woman. It says, oh wait, no, this is some gay shit. Hold on, wait. A white gay man and a Black woman hug it out. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck that's on. That's Crystal and Kara's and her family. Keep on. I Googled, y'all can see that, right? I Googled Black man and Black woman together. And you can't say that Google doing it. People try to say Google is racist. No, they're not. Google generates stuff based off what people search, based off what people put in. Google is a mirror. It gives you back what you're putting in the system. So we had to make, I put Black man and Black woman together into Google. And I had to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Black feminists right there. Those are historical Black feminists. So that's still within the framework. So, interracial couples, baby mamas, Black feminists, another interracial family. So anyway, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all the way to 10 images before you got one of a Black family. And God damn it, Game Changer is going to blow a gasket. Hold on. Oh wait, no, that's a single. No, that's not a family. That's a single mother. For Black mothers and babies, prejudice is a stubborn. Okay, so that's not it. So still not a Black man and Black woman together. This is how much Black women are searching and Googling and making content and articles and this or that about being with white men. To where if you type in Black man and Black woman together, you can't even get anything in Google Images. This is in Italy. I kept meeting guys. So this is about white guys. Okay, this is about how corporate American diversity. This is something about Black men being less religious. Okay. There's a Black man with a white woman, but again, Black woman, white man. Black woman, white man. That looks like I don't know what that is. It says Black on Black love, but that looked like a Black hand and a white hand. All right, there's a brother there's finally some SYSBM crept into the picture. Right here and right here, like 20 images down. Now, okay, and there's another one crept into the picture. All right. Kevin Samuels, who was holding the line for Black love. But all right. Oh, damn, my bad. Y'all can't even see that. Y'all can't even really truly see that. My bad. But yeah, going all the way back up to the top. You type in black man and black woman together. You type in black man and black woman together. Google is a mirror. It gives you back what you put in. You type in black woman, black man, black woman together. That could have went either way, but there's so many black women typing stuff about being with white men that only thing that come up when you type in black man and black woman together is images of black women with white men. They're Googling it, writing articles, talking about it, searching it that much to where it is overrided black man and black woman together. So the trans woman who tried to accuse black men of wanting white women so bad because they want their kids to have good curly hair and green eyes and caramely light skin or whatever. Bullshit. Yeah, I can see it right here. The first 4 images is of a black woman with white men when you type in black man and black woman together. Then a single mother, then some black feminists, then a black man and a gay. This is a black woman and a white man. Crystal and Karazin and her former family. The image, a picture of black woman and white man, single mother, a black woman in Italy, something about corporate America diversity, something about black men being less religious than black women. Then you finally get a black man and his interracial family, then another black woman, another and a white man. So yeah. That's how much they're interested. That's how much they're Googling, searching, and doing stuff to that's how hell bent they are when it comes to being close to whiteness, to where you can't even Google black man and black woman together without getting these images here. Now, if you type that in and you just got a bunch of black men with white women, then that would mean that black men are over Googling, over searching, over writing about it, over talking about it, or more at it to a greater point or greater extent than black women are talking about being with white men. Let all of that sink in. Let all of that sink in. So ain't no way in hell. No way in hell that they could even try to accuse it the other way around. No way in hell. The projection was too strong. The projection was too strong. And I apologize for not having that up. There are people, admins, moderators that got my number. Like if there's a programming emergency, y'all can call me. Okay, I did get some messages. I gotta put I didn't even hear it vibrating. Okay. If it's a programming emergency, by all means, if it's a major one, you can call me. I won't get mad. All right, let's get back into it. But let that sink in. With this trans woman, for whatever reason, trying to accuse. Is this like a weird situation here where she's and I keep saying she. It's a weird situation where because like black women, they look at black men getting with white women as their reason why they can't get the black man that they want. Is this her doing the same thing? She can't get the black man that she want because because we getting with white women. I said it once, I said it before, and I'm with a black woman, and she definitely had to compete, and it was like a track meet, and you know there was a lot of slots open. Everybody was invited to the race. It was some white women invited to the race. It was black women, other black women invited to the race. Hispanic, Latino women, Asian women. It was like 8 slots open. There was no available slot for trans women. Okay, they didn't get to compete. They weren't on the. They weren't in that race. Okay. I think she thinks that she's on the field, competing. and she looks at white women as the reason she can't get the black man that she won't or he won't or whatever. And I think that's why she's doing what she's doing. Forgive me, I don't. I think that's what it is. She's blaming this trans woman is blaming white women for the reason she can't get the black man that she won't. No, that's not your fight. That's not your issue. That's not your issue.
That as much in the influx of black women as you do in the idea of loving on. You look at
I'm just backing it up.
and that's a large part of the problem. We see this happen when we look at social media, and we're seeing black men publicly proclaim the idea of loving on everything but a black woman, wanting to have children because their eyes and their hair are going to be looser and more exotic looking. You do not see that as much in the influx of black women as you do in black men. So when y'all do get on, then it should be the responsibility of y'all, if y'all really care about this upholding of the black family, to then come back to the black communities that you come from and create those black families and show people.
Dr. Umar, you welcomed us to the show by saying black power. Okay. Is there some truth to the assimilation that black men want or perceive to want when it comes to this war being waged against you?
Well, there's definitely some truth to it, but I think that truth is also evident in black women. Black men, many of them may choose to want a white woman, but many black women choose to look like white women. So we have to look at ourselves, and we have to recognize that the pathology is not more of one gender than the other. That's the issue I have with conversations that seek to see who is more at fault, the black man or the black woman. It's not about who's more at fault. We rise together or we will perish together. The black man cannot survive without his woman, and the black woman cannot survive without her man. And the issue that I take with my two sisters' narrative is I hear a lot of criticism. I hear a lot of condemnation, but I don't hear any empowerment. I don't hear any solutions coming from either one of them. It appears as if that there is a hatred towards black men by those sisters. Even when they said, why are we going back to 1960? Let's stay in 2022. That is.
If you're new here, subscribe. If you're new here, subscribe.
So immature and irresponsible of a statement. As a psychologist, when a client comes into my office, the first thing I perform is a history on their depression, a history on their suicide, a history on their anxiety.
Did he just say two beautiful sisters? I was like doing some stuff in the back. Did I miss it?
In 2022, that is so immature and irresponsible. There is a hatred towards black men by those sisters. Even when they said, why we empowerment, I don't hear any solutions. I issue that I take with my two sisters' narrative is I hear
and little big Nate, he just said two sisters. He ain't start calling them beautiful yet. Or either that or I missed it.
A lot of criticism. I hear a lot of condemnation, but I don't hear any empowerment. I don't hear any solutions coming from either one of them. It appears as if that there is a hatred towards black men by those sisters. Even when they said, why are we going back to 1960? Let's stay in 2022. That is so immature and irresponsible of a statement. As a psychologist, when a client comes into my office, the first thing I perform is a history on their depression, a history on their suicide, a history on their anxiety. When you go see the medical doctor, he performs a history. When you go buy a home, they perform a history. When you go purchase an automobile, they perform a history on that automobile. But when we talk about the problems that affect black males, we're supposed to look at it in a vacuum. We're not supposed to put it in a historical context. And with that being said, the language and the narrative that's coming out of the mouth of these two beautiful black women is one that the white power structure would endorse because it. And with that being said, the language and the narrative that's coming out of the mouth of these two beautiful black women is one that I think the white power structure would endorse because it totally absolves them of any responsibility for the hell black men catch in this country.
Cynthia G, you did say, why are we going all the way back to 1960? There is some truth to history when it comes to evaluating anything or anyone. So what do you say to that? I hold that thought because which is about it doesn't matter when it comes to the war being waged against them. We'll talk about that and more.
In fairness to Umar, I talked about this earlier in the show, but there's a lot more people in here now, so I guess it's necessary to say this right now. Umar did say that he was set up, he was framed, he didn't know that was a woman. He did say that. I'll give him that credit. He didn't know that was a woman, but I mean that's the problem we run into, especially nowadays when you just calling all women beautiful. My beautiful sisters. Shout out to all my beautiful sisters. You know, you say shout out to all my beautiful sisters, and then you hear back, thank you. Like, hold on. It's nothing but beautiful ladies in here tonight. You hear somebody say, thank you. It's like, no, I wasn't talking about you. You just can't. That's what you run into nowadays. when you just start calling all women beautiful. You can't do that no more. You cannot do that no more. It's a wrap. Says a black man that became a black woman is saying black men want to be white men. The irony. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm about to put the link in the chat
Or
soon.
when we return on the business of being black with Tammy Mack on Fox Soul. Oh, we'll be back.
But shout out to everybody real quick. I do gotta hear what y'all got on this one. It's so hard to get through these long reactions, but we're gonna get through. We're gonna do a follow-up tomorrow on this. I just tickled the edges of the plate, you know, whatever David Carroll used to say. But Coach Keith in the building says it's not child abandonment if the mother makes the child's father deal with the BS in order to be a part of the child's life. His absence is her fault. Agreed, but I am of the view that men should definitely fight. Men should definitely fight the fight, but it's when we say they should fight, we talk as if they're fighting the system, as if they're fighting white supremacy. If they're fighting this, no, you're fighting that woman. The system is an inanimate object. Well, kind of got a heat-seeking missile on it, but it's still an inanimate object. But so it's like a gun. You know, somebody got to load it, cock it, aim, and shoot it. So yeah, so you make no mistakes about it. You are fighting the woman, not the system. Black man's that wears a dress talking about black men like he always been an oppressed black woman. You can't make this ish up, people. Yeah. Christian Hutchinson in the building says, how big is the pro-black and homosexual intersection on a Venn diagram? That's a good question. That's a good question. Shout out to Christian Hutchison. And before I even get to that heavy-handed super chat, I do got to post this up right here. Drop the link to this one right now in the chat room. Christian Hutchison, to everybody, if you're listening and you're in the Detroit area, this is right around the corner, actually 10 days from now. Come hang out with Bernard Riley. That's me. Come hang out with Bernard Riley and a few fellow Black Manosphere bros at Barcade in Detroit for games and drinks September 19th, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. No cover charge or fees. More info at the link that should be in the chat room right now. Go to evite.me. I mean, just click on it. I ain't got to read all that junk out, but go to that right now and click on it. We just getting together. Something we're going to be doing monthly. Just getting together. This isn't a big shindig, big Manosphere meetup type of deal with guest speakers and all of that. No. We're just getting together at Barcade just to talk, hang out, drink, you know, and do some networking. Hopefully some good networking, good business and all that can come from it. But basically just a time for, you know, the Black Manosphere content creators in the Detroit area, Black Manosphere content creators and subscribers in the Detroit area, just come together, get together, hang out, chop it up, chill, network, the whole works. So that's pretty much what we're doing. We're going to do that monthly. And the first one that we're doing, that we're loosely calling it Black Manosphere Meetup Detroit, the first one is going to be on the 19th at 8 p.m. at Barcade in Detroit. But click the link, and it should be in the chat room. For you to get more info on that. And before I go further, hold up. Oh yeah, that's the link right there. RM just put the link in the chat, so make sure you get on that. But Tom Cat in the building with the heavy-handed super chat. He says, I was in Orlando last week. It's full of beautiful, big-hipped Latina and Caribbean women. But I was sad when my flight section at the airport, I seen all the strags. I seen going back to Chicago, you could instantly see you were back on enemy turf. Damn. Shout out to you. Appreciate the $50 super chat. Do appreciate you coming through hard and heavy handed with the $50 super chat. Malcolm in the Middle 87 says there's black women all around the nation looking exactly like trans women. Man, cut it out. Cut it out. Just be careful. All the beautiful ladies in the building. Shout out to all the ladies that are looking real beautiful tonight. Thank you. When you hear that, you just can't be sending out universal compliments to all the ladies in the room no more. That's just Dr. Umar Johnson found that out the hard way.
Welcome back to Business of Being Black with Tammy Mack. I am Tammy Mack. We left war waged against.
From Dr. Umar Johnson, or I think his name is Dwayne. Duane is what I have not heard as they're mentioning all of the things that was done to them. I haven't heard what you did in response to it. So I would like to know, what did you do in response in history other than go to the Supreme Court and petition to have access to the men's women that you're complaining and accuse?
All right, see, look, I ain't with the victim narrative stuff, but it is disingenuous to say that black men have done nothing in response to it. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Of disenfranchising you. See, because in the 1960s, what black men were really doing, and it's been documented, many civil rights leaders have admitted to it, what black men were doing is chasing the white man's woman, trying to so-called stick it to him by way of going to their women. What you should have been doing is trying to get liberation for yourself. What you should have been trying to do is get that foot off your neck. But see, the foot is not on your neck. And the only time you recognize it being on.
Now, that's interesting that she acknowledges the foot isn't on the neck. That's what I'm saying. She's stealing some of our talking points. But if she's saying the foot is not on the neck, then she can't say the you're conquered or dominated thing, which means she's essentially dropped that part of her argumentation just so she could throw it at the pro-blacks to say that, no, nobody's holding y'all back. So why aren't black men getting more done or doing more? And instead of them saying that, instead of them properly, diagramming what's actually going on in the black community, instead of them properly diagramming that, they want to stay on the whole racism narrative. They want to stay on the whole racism narrative. The fact of the matter is obviously things that black men do need to get together. I mean, there's no way around that. There's no way around that. There are things that black men do need to improve on. There's a lot of areas we need to improve. There's a lot of areas where we have improved. That much is true. That much is true. The problem that they run into, that I've pointed out plenty of times on this show, is that when they start talking about how black men are operating, the question of who raised them comes into the conversation. As David Carroll said, did your mamas and them say that they could raise this boy all by themselves? Okay, how did they do? The black men that you're complaining about are ultimately the black men that you raised. There's more in that, but I'm trying to cycle through it pretty fast. But let's Hood Servant Business says it was actually black women going to the Supreme Court to marry a white man, Loving versus Virginia. I don't even get into that. I don't dig deep into the history on that. He said she just fucked up. Yeah, she can't make the conquered. I mean, she's not making the conquered and dominated argument. But and so it does end up being a situation. Okay, it's a two-pronged thing. It's a two-pronged thing. One, they talk about it as if black men are. They talk about it like they're like one. They talk about it like they're doing, shit. Why can't I get that off? Move that off of the screen because I'm trying to show something. Or can you not? Hold on. Hold up. There it is. They talk about it as if they're doing significantly better than black men, which they're not. They're falling right in line where every other woman falls behind their men is Asian, white, black, Hispanic in this country. Whether you're talking about men or whether you're talking about women. She changed up her rhetoric from the "you're not conquered or dominated, there's no foot on your neck." So if she's abandoning all that, she's turning it on them. This is the she abandoned that so she can gaslight the pro-blacks. She abandoned that so she can gaslight the pro-blacks. Because then she could put them in that situation where they got to argue that no, they are repressed. It is a foot on my neck. That's what she's doing to them, and that's how she just had them on a little yo-yo string the whole time. The correct response is that these problems are cultural. And where do that culture come from? That culture comes from the women and what they are doing and how they have very little interest in being with their men, being attached to their men, the amount that they divorce their men, the amount that they would rather get pregnant by Nuck and get on the system, the amount they would rather raise those kids by themselves and then statistically ruin those kids. And then the black boys grow up and the black boys and girls grow up not raised right. And then I got all these problems that these black men that raised by these women by themselves need to grow up and fix, but they were the least educated boy, the most educated women raising the least educated boys and then ordering them to have the mindset to fix something. I mean, so if Umar was doing it right, he would turn that back on the women, and then she had to look at the mirror in her personal life and say, "Oh yeah, I did the same thing when I get knocked up and became baby mama number 5." Like that's really the argument that's really just puts it back on them. When you acknowledge that it's cultural, that these problems are cultural, and it's decisions that people are making, and then where do these decisions come from? How are these people raised? Then they have to look in the mirror. Then they have to look in the mirror. And the one guy tried to take it that way, and she said, "No, that has nothing to do with this conversation. We're moving on." But that's what happened.
On your neck is when you want to get away with doing something that you think white men are getting away with doing. Because let's just be real. Whenever we hear about this war against black men, it's usually being brought up when there's a black man like R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, we see Trace.
That's bullshit because this whole show, Umar and Homeboy, been bringing up a war on black men and white racism and this or that. Ain't had nothing to do with Umar or Trace. I mean, ain't had nothing to do with Bill Cosby or Trey Songz or R. Kelly or black men desire to want to get away with stuff that white men get away with. So she's just making shit up right there. This whole existence of this conversation disproves her point right there.
Songs going through it, Ari Spears, when they engage in some degeneracy, and then they're getting the consequence for it. And black men think that because they perceive white men to be getting away with crimes, they want to be able to get away with crimes as well. The reality is, Dr. Umar can sit up here and list all the different ways that the system is disenfranchising black men and black men in a victim boat. But the reality is what he cannot tell you is what black men did in response to it, because they did nothing. They laid down and they nested under the skirt of their non-black preferences, and only to complain that whenever they commit a crime, they're not getting off like they did.
So let's find out. Dr. Umar, what if...
Again, that part is nonsense. Especially if we going back in history to say black men did nothing to fight against racism. I'm of the view that for the most part, the fight is over. Now, black men being with white women or black women or whatever type of woman, that has little to do with whether or not they fight. They properly fought back in the 60s and 70s with the Black Panthers and all of that stuff. Like that has nothing to do with that. That has nothing to do with that. And like I said, you can't criticize that on one hand. I showed the Google results of what happens when you type in black man and black woman together. I showed y'all the Google results of what happens when you do that. So that's not really an argument that can be stood on.
Black men done?
Well, number one, again, I think that it is such a shame coming from a psychological perspective that we seek to heal our wounds as a people by relying on unprofessional testimony by individuals who have a vendetta against the opposite gender in their community. When you hear Sister Cynthia speak, you can hear a hurt and a pain and a hatred towards Black men. We cannot find an effective solution to Black male-female relationship issues or the oppression of Black men or Black women when the people at the table having the conversation have negative emotional and pathological interests in the conversation that are not.
Umar, the question wasn't about my emotional state. The question was, what did Black men do in response to their disenfranchisement? Yeah, because you're trying to pathologize my emotional state, not knowing that I'm a psychologist too. But what?
If you got a bachelor's degree in psychology, I don't think that makes you a psychologist. At least I don't think that's how it works. And she's cutting him off, basically saying, "Get to the question, get to the question." I think he was getting there, because I mean, this is a point where she set herself up for him to easily answer a simple question: what Black men have done. There's obviously things you can point to Black men have done, but like when you start fast forwarding, getting to like the 90s and 2000, all the way, when you get all the way up into 2022, well, what are you doing? What are you doing? And this is where she contradicts herself. What are you doing to get this foot off your neck that she already conceded that's not on the neck? It's like, so they're in a constant perpetual state of trying to do something to deal with this thing that's not doing something to them anymore, where it's cultural reasons why Black people are doing the things that they're doing. And a lot of those cultural reasons, I think the root of it does trace back to a lot of decisions that the women make, because they ultimately do control the community, because they legally own the damn kids. And that's a fight that men gotta fight to get more ownership of children. So that ain't even a white supremacist fight. So they're close to getting to the point to where they could checkmate the actions, decisions, and behaviors of women that have a result in the type of community that we're seeing. So, but they're not quite all the way there.
What you're not doing is telling us what Black men did.
I believe he'll get there, Dr. Umar.
May I finish?
Dr. Umar.
And I'll end it quickly.
I do think the moderator was kind of fair. For the most part, she was pretty fair. She cut him off when he was trying to make a good point one time, or she said she didn't understand his point. But I think the moderator did kind of do a fair job. She could have let Cynthia G just keep rambling or talking over Dr. Umar, but he shut her down. She shut Cynthia G down. So I think she did an okay, halfway fair job.
Sister Tammy, according to Mrs. Cynthia G, Dr. King was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Malcolm X was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Medgar Evers was assassinated because he was doing nothing. Fred Hampton was assassinated because he was doing nothing. That narrative that Black men have done nothing to fight back against systemic oppression, not only against ourselves, but against our women, our children, our elders, and our community, is absolutely ridiculous. The cemetery is filled with Black men, names we know and names we don't know, who gave their life for the freedom, liberation, and emancipation of African people. How can you disrespect the history of so many Black men, past and present, who continue to fight? I'm sitting in a school right now that we built with all Black money, 4 buildings that we're going to educate Black men in. It's not easy.
Is he talking about the school? The one that he like? Is he talking about that school?
To solve our problems, because there's always Black people in your very same community who's fighting against what you're trying to do to help it. But in addition to that, the white power structure is always waving its wand of oppression to try to sabotage anything we do. I think that the analysis of our women is too overly simplistic, and in being such, it is dishonest.
They've done so much. You've only listed names and not accomplishments, though.
I can list some accomplishments. Okay, when it comes down to it, what have Black men done since the 60s? We've turned around and we're still inventing things. We still open up businesses. Here in LA, you got Black businesses all around town. It's just that when we open these businesses up, you have a city that these Black businesses suddenly catch on fire. You have issues when it comes.
Shit. See, this is where they get on some bullshit to me. This is why I can't do it with the pro Blacks. When we open up these businesses in these cities, they get caught on fire. Like, nigga. Like he was talking about today. He not talking about Tulsa. Like I have a studio here. I got a lot of equipment in here. My shit is insured. This studio is probably worth more to me burnt to the ground than what it is up and running. The fuck are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about? Got burnt to the ground? Somebody burned this to the ground. I'm making out real good. All this damn equipment in here. Like, what the hell? Like, it's like that's not a thing. That's not a thing anymore. You said black people burned down businesses for George Floyd. Man, go on. Like that's where they get on some bullshit, and that's where black women in these pro-black he said put the match down. No, I ain't gonna do it. And black women are basically mocking the hell out of them because see, black women, we used to call them the victim queens, and we still do, but they're dropping the victim narrative. They're dropping that victim narrative now, and they're making the black men who hold on to that narrative look stupid because they're still hanging on to that. We got plenty of businesses, but when we start them, they burn them down. If you got insurance on your business and you like, I know, man, come on, man. Like we ain't sitting here in danger of the Molotov cocktails getting thrown through the windows of our businesses no more. Like, cut it out, man. Like, cut it out.
Comes down to what's going on right now with one of my cousins and these abatement laws, who's built plenty of properties here in LA, managing it, but because there was some gang activity down the street, a nuisance abatement is about to get all of his properties taken. So when black men do build things, and we build things on individual basis, you're not going to see an NBC special about what the great black man built. When Irv Gotti, Suge Knight, and J. Prince tried to put together a distribution, they all got charges the next week. So it's not—
Wait, didn't they do some illegal shit? I thought they did some illegal scamming shit.
Like, we don't build things. When we do build things, something always ends up seeming to happening. And in spite of that,
you put parameters in place, you put insurance in place, you put security in place, and you go and you build the shit again. Like, come on, man. Like, no, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Something always seems to happen. Like, come on, man. Like that's the shit that I can't go with. That's the shit where you look weak, and I hate that. Like, we've been sitting here calling out that weak sounding shit for a while now. It's bad that now women are calling it out, and y'all looking even more weaker. Like, damn.
In spite of that, you've seen the most black business male ownership that's gone up in the last 60 years since the coronavirus. We still doing it. I personally got 3 businesses, so I don't know what you're talking about. I employ young,
and he do make a lot of me personally arguments.
Black men. I've helped thousands.
See, here's the deal. There do obviously need to be more black businesses. We own 13% of the population. I mean, we 13% of the population. I think like own like 1 or 2% of the wealth, depending on what numbers you look at. Yeah, a lot of that is tied into home ownership. We need to own more homes. Yeah, all of that is true. As far as business goes, yes, 66% of money that comes from black business. I think like 70%. I forgot the exact stat. It comes from black male-owned businesses. So yeah, black men are doing well in that regard, but still need to do a lot better. Black women own more businesses because they got a bunch of LLCs. There's a lot of smart people that's pointed out how we not going to LLC our way to generational wealth or financial freedom and all of that stuff. Like, but we just starting business after business, LLC this, LLC that. We don't do vertical businesses properly. And look, that is a us problem. Like, I'm sorry, it is. You know, there are ways to get around that. There are ways to fix that. I do think the black people who are super rich and successful, I don't think they need to give handouts, but investing in people businesses and owning a percentage of it, and do stuff like that. Yeah, because if black employment is not high, that's because black business is not high. So that is a real thing. That is a real thing. So there's that.
Of black children here in South Central LA. So all
where are you kicking it at? So
But here's
how
the
are
one
you?
thing,
So
too.
how
Here's
are
the one
black
thing,
men
too.
creating
Here's
all these businesses and still costing the government $50 billion a year?
Hold that
Here's
thought.
the
I want
one
to get
thing that is
I want to
being
get hope in
ignored.
here real quick, Dr. Umar. I want to get hope in here because Dr. Umar listed a plethora of black men that we know, and I'm assuming he
Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat.
listed the ones that we know so that we can identify and all agree that these black men have done something in terms of the fight for equality in America. How do you feel about those men that he listed, Hope? Have they done anything for the black community or not?
Most definitely, I would be ignorant to say that they haven't, right? But I think that what we're failing to realize is that when we have this conversation about what Black men have done, the consequences are usually because of white supremacy and the gaze of white folks on us are that the Black men are then taken away and the Black women have to then sustain those things. To say that Black women are unappreciative of that, it would be, I think that is the dishonesty, right? The way that Black women show up for the Black community and the Black families, regardless of how we feel about the Black men that we might be interacting with or the Black men that are doing bad things, while still staying here to cultivate the Black men who are, is, I mean, to overlook that to me is just dishonest. The idea that a lot of you all were raised by grandma and them and auntie them and all of these amazing Black women that are in community and share space with you and share space with your children, that's being looked over. But also this isn't, Dr. Umar, you're right. I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that you said, but you're absolutely right. It's not about the idea of who's doing it better or trying to, the pissing match of the oppression Olympics amongst Black people, but it's really about working together. The problem is what I find in working together is that the Black man wants to lead, whether he's acquired the gumption and the knowledge to be able to do so appropriately and effectively or not. The thing about it is when you're working together, we are a team. You get to lead this portion because you're better at it. I get to lead that portion because I'm better at it. And then we come to a common ground for both of us to succeed. But a lot of the times when we're talking about these succession plans and we're making all of these advocacy movements in order to progress the Black family, the Black man says, listen to me or fail. Right? As if Black women have nothing to contribute to that. And I think that that's where the problem is. That's where the discourse needs to happen is how do we work together so that Black men understand that we are meant to work side by side and not with me following you with my head down and saying, yes, that's our master. Because that is me being subservient to you in a way that I might not want to do, especially considering if you do not have the credentials, the know-how, the wherewithal, or the lived experiences to lead me in a way that I might be better suited to do in this point of our journey. And
Dr.
Black
Umar.
Did this goddamn trans woman just make a conditional femininity argument? What the man, I'm done. This is a whole damn shit show. She just basically made the if you lead properly, I'll submit naturally argument. What the I'm through. That's a wrap. We got to call it right there. The shit show just got on 9,000, and I got to check out. I got to check out. A trans woman just made a Black man. If you lead properly, I'll submit naturally, but don't expect me to submit if you ain't meeting the credentials in the. I'm not just gonna be following you with my head down. What the fuck is like that? That seriously just happened. That seriously just happened. I'm trying to fix something real quick. Hold on. All right. Like, goddamn. Game Changer, you are in the stream. Mic check 1 2 on Game Changer. They can't see you, but you are in the stream.
No, I'm here, Bernard.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, man. What you got on that? So, just so you know, if you properly lead and meet proper, standards, that the trans woman she will follow your lead, Game Changer, if you lead properly.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you know.
Well, I didn't lead her to get an operation, so she has followed some leadership in the past, obviously. I didn't lead her down that path. But no, honestly, I only seen like the last maybe 10 minutes of your show. And I have to say that Dr. Umar and the other guy, they did a very, very, very poor job. And that is because, primarily speaking, they're going to suck at almost everything they do, as many pro-blacks do. No matter what, their goal isn't aligned. And they do
Wait,
not
hold on,
have
real quick. Hold on. Free Will Defender says Bernard didn't get to the good part. We're doing a part 2 tomorrow with Hood Service. We will get to the good part, so just come on in tomorrow, and yeah, so it's going down again tomorrow. So just come on back. But go ahead, GC.
Yeah. No, what I was saying was, as pro-blacks, they're not capable or willing to ever be a combatant in a gender war. They are incapable of doing that because their ultimate goal is to find some sort of peace with these women. The proper response to all of that will be like, okay, well, fuck it then, I'm gone. When she said, because what Cynthia G did, and this is what she always do because she's not too bright and she only has one tactic, and that is ask the question, what have you done for me? And then the men are going to be like, oh, well, and then the conversation goes into a mode where he is trying to prove himself to her.
Mm-hmm.
Qualifier, yes.
Yeah, where, a proper response would be like, what have you done for me? And I'll be like, I kept my real hair and stayed in shape, you fat, ugly bitch. That is the true response that a pro-black would never give. See, it's not a matter of that. They put you on the defensive. She immediately puts you on the defensive and you fall for it. That's why he went into the whole, oh, well, Medgar Evans, Martin Luther King, and blah, blah, blah. And no matter what, she's always going to say that it's not enough. You see, she's always going to make it a matter of you are insufficient because white supremacy still exists. You a dumbass fool if you fall for something like that. But pro-blacks do, because that is their technique. That is their technique. That is their tactic, and that is to say that white supremacy is this boogeyman.
But what do you think about the fact that black women who've been on the pro-black side? Now we get to the part 2 tomorrow. We're going to see that they got some pro-blackness, but it's really just pro-black female. But what do you think about the? Oh damn, you didn't see all of them, so I probably not got to go to judge on this. They're low-key dropping. They're dropping the victim narrative, which is interesting.
Yes.
Well, that's something that pro-blacks do. What the pro-blacks out there, both male and female, are doing is that they are trying to galvanize the people as they were in the past against white supremacy, and then benefit from the galvanized people. Like, okay, white supremacy exists, and we all need to get together and donate to this. Or whites
my donate to my hidden history museum.
Yeah, or whatever they have, or buy some incense and shiny rocks, literally shiny rocks. So, and that's because white supremacy. So they try to use it as a galvanizing force to whatever dumbass crap that they have. In this particular,
but the women are conveniently. Okay, go ahead.
Right quick, Bernard. So in this particular case, the dumbass crap that the women are using to unite the men under is their vagina. Like, white supremacy exists, therefore we have to galvanize into my vagina, and then in order to fight white supremacy. But then you look at it and be like, what the hell? That is some nasty shit. That is some nasty shit that I would much rather not be a part of. Thank you very much. If fighting white supremacy means fucking you, I would just as soon stay away from it. And that is the true essence of what's going on with, people who are not Dr. Umar Johnson, who do not take the bait that leads to, the awful cave of doom that they keep between their legs. Like, that is the truth of the situation that they are trying to do. It worked in the past when white supremacy was supreme. Now that it's not, it's like, I just as soon not fuck you. And that's why they will always lose. Right quick, right to just. That's why people like Dr. Umar Johnson will always lose, because they are never willing to say, you know something, I would just as soon not fuck you.
Yeah, go ahead, Judge. What's on your mind?
Well, but this is my problem: is there's never, again, in Cynthia G's type of argument, right? There's never the apples to apples comparison, right? We have all of Mexico, we have the entire Caribbean, the entirety of Central America, the entirety of South America, right? All that land conquered and dominated by another. Also, the people that, the people that, the same people that took the Uber from Africa over here took that same Uber down there. There's so in this dominated society, right, of which is America, right, these same problems are not existing in those regions unless they're introduced by the ideology that festers them here and implant and infects those other regions. Right? There's not this huge dynamic, this huge angst within this dynamic of male and female, nor is there this identity concern for genders in these environments unless it's introduced via some diseased host taking these ideologies from here to there. So, those Hispanics that are south of our border are all empirical evidence of domination. They are people that did not exist pre-1500. They did not exist the way they exist now, right? Those are not Aztecs. Those are not Incas. Those are not Mayans, right? Those are not Olmecs or Toltecs. Those are an amalgamation of Europeans and the indigenous culture and African cultures and African people. That's what those are down there.
I'm lost on exactly what point you're making. I understand what you're saying, that those cultures are just an amalgamation of basically white people, Africans, and the locals mixing and breeding over the years. But like, what's the how does it relate to what we're talking about?
It's because it's because it sets up what those types of questions set up, right? Is a position that makes is a position that to say that the problems in America with American Black people and Americans in and of themselves are exclusively unique, right? Are exclusively, but at the same time intrinsic upon being dominated by another, right? So when she says you live in when she presents that you live in a dominated society, right? Mm-hmm. Or you're a European dominated or a white supremacy society, right? Yes, but so do all these other places. And these are not the same problems that they're experiencing these are not the same cultural problems that they're experiencing in these same other white dominated society or that have a history of being white dominated. Right. So the assessment being placed upon them and what men must do, and why, again, another reason as to what GC's saying is another reason why Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Garvey, whomever you want to put in their historical figure, right? Or even, we'll even say even violent, even those who initiated violence against the United States government previous don't qualify because they still didn't make it out. Right, because so you can't do anything because you're under this structure, but at the same and so that's why you'll never get the participation of your female counterpart until you overthrow or the submission or even just basic compromise and cooperation from them.
Because doctor, like they're always going to dangle that carrot in front of you when you could just say, okay, you're not going to submit for X, Y, and Z. I'm not going to change X, Y, and Z. I'm just going to leave an unsubmissive bitch. Like it's a very simple thing that pro-black men will never be able to say, and that's why this whole thing was lost before it began. They're never going to be able to say, listen, either you submit or I'm gone. Like, I don't care, I don't really care what you've been through, no, like, fuck your damage, where's my sandwich? Yeah, but white supremacy, fuck your damage, where's my sandwich? Yeah, but the white man foot on your neck, fuck your damage, where's my sandwich? Like, that is it. Like, no matter what is going on, no matter what happened in the past, fuck your past, give me some ass. Like, period. Like, no matter what happened, I don't want to hear excuses between what I want. And if you don't give it to me, I'll find somebody else that will. Like, thank you, I'm gone.
Shout out to Modern Day Problems. Just became a channel member today. Appreciate all the members. I just posted the stream from yesterday on the members only section. It'll be posted to Patreon after this show goes off the air. I'll post that one on Patreon as well. So the members in Patreon, if you missed it live, you will be able to see it. Shout out to Tomcat who sent the $50 super chat earlier. Behind on the super chats, but we're about to get caught up on them, and I think it was some good questions in the super chat too. So we'll kick that around the panel. But fear to none in the building with a $3 super sticker. I do appreciate that. Christian Hutchison is bringing up, I think, something in response to when Cynthia G said that they only lobbied to get next to white women or something like that. He says Brown versus, well, no, this ain't what he responded to. But he said Brown versus Board of Education was done by Thurgood Marshall, first black USSCJ. In fact,
United States Supreme Court Justice.
Yeah. In fact, it was so Lyndon Carroll Brown, black woman, could attend white elementary school. Her father initiated the fight. Thank you for that super chat and that information. Yeah, when she throw out there that the black men never fought. I mean, listen, I don't get into that because I don't think the fight is in the past, so that's not my thing. So I just kind of gaze over. I don't care when they start when pro-blacks get to talking, and it's happened all the time on my show. When I make a good point to, let's just say, OG or anybody who's pro-black, they just start reeling off a bunch of historical fun facts, and I just lose interest because like we're here now. History matters, but come on, I can't go with that. But it is goofy. It is goofy when she starts trying to argue that that historically black men have done nothing. Have they fully won the fight in a way that she would like or that a lot of people would like? No, but do we live in a free society now where people can pretty much do what they want to do and accomplish what they want to accomplish, and there's no foot on the neck? Yes. So in that sense, it was won. It just wasn't won in a bloodbath. It wasn't
right. But the thing is,
it wasn't defeated like Casterly Rock in the final episode of Game of Thrones. It wasn't. We didn't have a dragon to burn shit down. I mean, but anyway, go ahead.
But they don't come from they come from a disingenuous position, right? I don't know what to say. Just it's a false premise, right? They're false, because they want to sit in the white women's power of luxury, right? Of luxury and decadence.
The
perceived, exactly. Perceived, because the vast majority of white women and men have never been there. Have never been in that position, right? Yes, the one. What's his name? What's her name? God damn it! I just had her name. Anyway, doesn't matter. Anyway, the women who in those days wrote books were obviously of an upper echelon because they had the education to be able to write said books. So when they told Abigail Adams, right? She came from a well-to-do, educated family that had money. And so she was educated and was able to write her story down. And her thing was just the management and upkeep of the land. Well, but the vast majority of women were working. They were either working outside of their household or homesteads, or they were working doing very difficult work inside their households or homesteads. Right? There wasn't no life of leisure except for those women who were of that class, but they attribute that to be every white woman in the age because obviously every white woman in that age had slaves. right?
Yeah,
It's
no,
it's it's a false dichotomy that doesn't exist that they utilize to push forward these types of arguments.
yeah, no, they literally they literally look at it like every white woman is living in luxury and gets out on her patio at 12 noon sipping lemonade under a big umbrella, and they look at it like every white, it's like that divestiture logic, every white man has power and influence. And like when the trans woman made that point that the black man has no power anywhere other than, you know, in his own home, and that's why he over exerts power on black women. And I'm sitting there like, okay, what power does my white next door neighbor have? He goes to work for somebody else. He has no power there. He just works for somebody else. He just has a job and a vote. So by the same logic, he would be exercising that same power over the white woman that he's with, who also works, also has to work a job as well. It's like so they create this perception that this is how the ruling class lives, and we can never live like that unless we defeat and conquer the ruling class. And I think they're smart enough to know that it doesn't work that way. I think they're smart enough to know it doesn't work that way. But if they get a lot of pro-black men fueled up on their victim narrative, they could gaslight them into thinking that that's what they must do, and then it's just a forever perpetual gaslight. But Golden Eagle 99 in the building says Umar Johnson's customer base is single mother ABWs. He'll never hold them accountable to anything, Bernard. Very true. But he kind of went off on Cynthia Jean. We're gonna get into that on the next show tomorrow. Xavier in the building with a file super chat. He says, ironic the show title is there a war on black men? And all these women did was attack black men. Yeah, yeah. Tan in the building.
These
says,
women and one eunuch.
Yeah. Tan in the building says, now BR, you ain't being completely honest all the way. Nipsey and his brother were spied on and the police had a task force against them. I don't really know what you're talking about. Listen, I revoked my black card. I never even heard about Nipsey Hussle until he died. So take my black card. But I don't know what that has to do with the conversation what you just said right there. But mental agility in the building says, keep going. This breakdown is amazing. I'm not a big fan of Dr. Umar, but he is intellectually schooling Synthetic G. He made some good points toward the end, but like David Carroll said, learn your history. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. JC the Conqueror in the building says pro-blacks are annoying. Absolutely. JC the Conqueror back in the building says, can we make a case pro-blacks are holding the community back? I would generally, they are part of, they're inceptioning a lot of black people with a lot of ideas that I think are unproductive, that are antithetical to black people rolling up their sleeves and doing what they need to do. Is they're just making people, they help proliferate the victim narrative. Jackie Jack in the building says she is the definition of conditional. Is the definition of conditional femininity. Man, stop. Golden Eagle 99 in the building says, this is a fight for power, not equality. You do that through competition. No better place to do it than in the land of opportunity in the US. Absolutely 100%. AC Star, I see you down there, but your device is not connected. Figure that out, because I do want to bring you up so you can get in on this. Uneducated Lame in the building says, I missed most of the show, but I know it was fire. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. And the last super chat, and we get back into the conversation, says, what that says, Nitty 77 says, salute nerd and the panel. Facts, GC needs to get me a beer and sandwich. No, he says facts, GC.
No, he said she needs, yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, he says facts, GC. And then facts, GC, period, space. She needs to get me a beer and sandwich. All right. We joined by a hood conservative in the building. Go ahead, you got the floor, you got the mic. We are going to do a follow-up on this tomorrow, because I only made it through half of the stream. So we're gonna get in on this tomorrow. But go ahead. What's your thoughts on this? And we got AC in the building, so this should be interesting as well. I'm gonna have to make your avatars visible. But go ahead, sir. If you got the floor, you got the mic. And thank you, Hunter, by the way. Thank you to everybody supporting the stream. The goal was set at 40. We obliterated that with 43 contributors to the show. So shout out to y'all. Y'all are definitely holding it down. Thank you to everybody who support the stream. Appreciate each and every one of you. But go ahead, Hood Servant. If you got the floor, you got the mic.
Yeah. What up to everybody on the panel too? I didn't know, because I know you were kind of getting stuck on this before, but I think it's very, very I don't even know what it means. It's just odd that you have a man who becomes a woman who then says men are oppressed. Like, I think we should focus on you for a minute. Like, how do we get to this point? Like, and then, shame on the women. Shame, shame, shame on the women. You're gonna have a show where you decide to attack black men by and large. Maybe not every single, like the host wasn't really openly attacking, but you allow a man who becomes a woman to join the ranks, which to the casual observer, it would seem like the best way for black men to get on black women's good graces is to join them in womanhood. That's literally what I saw here. The black man, so you lose all the white man oppression, the white man victimized you. You lose all of that as soon as you don't even have to do a surgery. You can just wear the dress. Like, as far as we know, you still got Franks and Beans down there. So all you got to do is wear the dress, and you don't have to join in the suffering and oppression. It's wild.
Frank the Beans.
That's more or less what I was saying, because like though her she's, them, and theys was getting real confusing when she was saying that, it's like she's talking about what black men haven't done, where you failed at doing this and you failed at doing that, and it's like, I don't know if to say bitch or nigga, but it's like nigga.
And I have to say this. I have to say that you niggas are terrible. You niggas are terrible. I've seen plenty of rough, handsome women. No. Seal with the Milli Vanilli wig did not pass.
You knew on sight.
On sight, man. Like, you niggas are terrible.
Hey, I was so interested in seeing what Cynthia G and Umar was gonna say back and forth with each other, that my level of alert, my terror alert system monitor was down. I didn't so that conversation went on for a while before I was like, wait a minute, hold on, wait.
See, look,
so
this is why
they got me. They got me.
Right. Look. This is why dudes react with violence, because it's like, whoa, I thought we were safe here. And then you find out at the last minute, it's like, damn it, now we both got to die.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it go. I said it once. I said it before. When they be talking about trans violence against trans women, and how the murder rate amongst them is higher than other trans women, I simple conclusion that they was messing with a dude who thought there was a woman, and he found out the hard way, pun intended, that wasn't a woman, and he had to die. That so they make it seem like people just going around committing hate crimes, but no.
Look, I get that Cynthia G being up there doesn't help the cause. With all that makeup, all the extracurricular extra wig. I get that, but come on, folks, man, come on. When I popped in is when I put that comment in there that you saw. See it with Millie Vanilli. I popped in like, what the fuck?
Well,
like, come on, man.
I think your allies says a lot about you, and it says a lot about your goals. So, like, if you want to achieve a certain thing, you would align yourself with people that would most likely help you achieve this goal. So you have to ask, what are the goals that black women are attempting to achieve when they ally with the transgender community?
Dick.
What?
Their goal is penis. Their goal is to get penis of men.
But
now the
those
alliance.
often dickless men, though. Those are the unsullied.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, unsullied still fight. Like, I mean, no matter
Okay.
what, see, when you lack femininity, you want to get men to be used to women who lack natural femininity. And basically just get in the process of accepting whatever we feed you. That's essentially what's going on.
Yeah. Well, we're joined by AC Star in the building. I am curious to see what you would have to say on this one. So welcome back. You ain't been here. You ain't been here in a minute, but well, welcome back. Welcome back. What
What's
you got
going
on
on,
this?
Bernard? What's going on? You said that with a lot of exasperation, like, huh. Nah, I didn't. I
Nah,
came
you're
in
good.
peace.
You're good.
I came in
I
peace.
actually miss you. I actually miss you, man.
It's cool. I came in peace, man. Very interesting topic. It's surprising the breakdown that everybody's given. This is my thing, right? For me, I feel like this argument is not necessarily a pro-blacks versus this group argument, right? Because for me, I think what happens with the title pro-blackness is that it's associated with personalities and not so much with the ideology, right? And I think the argument between Cynthia G and Umar is not necessarily a pro-black argument. It's more your gender war argument, right? It's more of what you guys' space is created for and what her space and her allies kind of created their platforms for, right? It's really not a pro-black argument, right? But you can find some pro-black ideology in it. But I just wish we could get away from allowing the personalities to be the face of pro-blackness because it is more of an ideology. See, for me, pro-blackness is about excellence and being proud of who you are as a black person, irregardless of what takes place in the world. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I just wish that we could step back from labeling these two people as pro-black as they have this argument that's really about relationships between black men and black women and how it's playing itself out and whether we have power, whether black men have power in a white dominated world, right? So that's my thing. Like, it's not really a pro-black thing. It's more of a conversation on gender based and how we're functioning as a group and how that it's not really playing out very well. How we think, the women think, well, the black men didn't do enough to gain power. And black women and black men are like, well, you guys are not feminine enough. Or you guys are not affable enough. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I see it at more than a pro-black thing.
Right, but
No,
can
I get
agree
what you're
with you.
saying. I get
Hold
what
on,
you're
wait,
saying,
real
but
quick.
pro-black, okay.
I'll say no. I'll let you. I throw it right to you, GC. I understand what you're saying in that it did turn into sort of like a lightweight gender war argument, but it started out off. It was the title of that stream was. If let me make sure I got it right.
Yep.
Is there a war against black men? All right. They took the position that yes, the white power structure, white supremacy, blah blah blah. That's the war. That's the war that's against black men. And she countered with some, nah, you niggas just weak and niggas ain't shit. So it was rooted in pro blackness. I think her counter to it because I think she's dropping a lot of what is traditionally known or thought of as pro-blackness. She's dropping that because a big part of what I say pro-blacks do is that they spend an inordinate amount of time talking about what white people have done to black people. She's dropping aspects of that, where I agree with her, but I think she's only tactically doing it so she could have more body blows to throw at the pro-black men who are still complaining about the white man. So really it all turned into some gender war stuff just based off her tactical strategy and how she argues now because she's done saying you're conquered and dominated. She's saying no, it ain't even a foot on your neck no more. You just sorry as hell. So that's basically where her argument is at now. But wait, before I throw it back to you, AC, go ahead, GC. Go ahead, GC. You was about to jump in and say something.
No, I do agree that pro-black is associated with a certain type of personality, but the problem with all forms of pro-blackness, and trust me, it has changed over time, is that all the excellence and things like that you talk about, they are the gatekeepers of. And what they have done now with the modern pro-black movement of any type is that they are saying, okay, if you want black excellence or if you want black anything, you have to go through me. And because you want something that only I can provide you, instead of for getting down with your program, which is what a submissive woman would do, I am going to leverage as much as I can out of you. So at that point, from the Black Panthers, on until today, the movement has failed. It's going to be stunted because you have uncooperative women as a part of it. So yeah, it is noble to say I want my Black children to to graduate Harvard at 14 years old, and that is something that can be accomplished with cooperative women. Our women will say, okay, you want this, I want you to not require submission from me. At that point, we're at an impasse. We're basically being extorted or leveraged or whatever you want to call it, to where they're saying, okay, anything you want that deals with Black excellence.
Yeah, let me know when I can get in.
You got next, Ed.
Well, yeah, after a comma or a period. Why would you say that in the middle of the statement? Anyway, so they're leveraging that, basically everything that you want. They understand that a Black community, a functioning Black community, is something that you want. They want a life of privilege and pampering, basically, and they feel that they can get you to give them that in exchange for one. However, this Black excellence community, et cetera, only works if they work. They can't just sit, like Bernard was saying, on the porch with the umbrella while, a bunch of servants fix them lemonade. And, we effectively create this prosperous community while they just sit on a fattened ass. It's not going to work that way. So the movement has been failed for quite some time, unfortunately.
Damn. Well, yes, you got it. You got it now, Ed. AC just drew. Okay, well, he back. But go ahead, Ed. You got it.
All right. As far as this situation, Umar has no grounds to say nothing about, unless somebody's like a rapist or something. Umar kind of needs to shut the fuck up talking to anybody, because the fact that he would allow himself to be on the same platform as somebody to use his terms to describe Black men, such as bullet bags and stuff like that. I don't care about Fox Soul. That he was just on there. That speaks volumes. This is not, I don't think, his first time talking to Cynthia G. Talking with her, because he wouldn't allow himself to be on another platform with another Black man that's done anything even close to that. And I'm not doing that just to knock out Umar, but my point is, when you sit here and you say you want to represent something, and then you're dealing with somebody that's supposed to be like quote unquote negotiable or on their team, and then that's how diametrically opposed that they are to the situation. Cynthia G is not pro-Black, and Cynthia G should not be anywhere near a pro-Black conversation. She, out of her own mouth, has said she's not pro-Black. And honestly, even Fox Soul, having her there actually delegitimizes Fox Soul in return. When it comes to a conversation like that, here's
why is she so welcome? Why is she so welcomed into pro-Black circles then?
Well, you already know my answer.
I don't know
Black women, there is
like circles, though, Bernard. I think that's a misnomer.
Well, no, hold on. AC is kind of right, because there is the real pro-Blacks. Let's call them the not on YouTube people that are pro-Black, which have a lot more seriousness to it. And then there is the YouTube personality stuff that AC was kind of alluded to. I disagree with some things he's saying, but overall, he's definitely aiming in the right area as far as you got to separate the YouTube personality people, which technically you can kind of put Umar in. Although I will say Umar has tried to do things outside of that. But you gotta separate the personalities on YouTube versus people that actually do the work. Dr. Francis Quelch Welsing, and Dr. Clark Anderson and all of those people, they are not to be intermixed with people that are on YouTube. Like, Cynthia G ain't even in the pro-Black crowd there, but she gets welcome there really because of the view count, because they know a lot of Black women. That's a lot of Black female audience, and quite frankly, nobody has yet to tell me what Black women can do that disqualifies them from being Black in the eyes of Black people. Nobody, like in the eyes of somebody. If I were to talk to Umar right now and I ask him this question, do y'all honestly think he would have an answer for me?
Yeah, I think he would. I think because there's areas that he could.
So what do you think that would be?
what that contribute to, but what black women do to contribute
No,
to black men?
what could a black woman do? They would disqualify her from being black in the pertains of what black people should owe that individual.
Well, I mean, we know the go-tos, man, white man, that kind. We know the go-tos that they will go
Really?
to. Not to say that those things are of substance or are actually, accurate, but those are the ones that they will go to. We know that. That would be the first one off the list. Like fucking
So
fucking.
Serena Williams is not disqualified from being black.
I mean, I think they would say that, especially somebody like Umar. That would be his first go-to. Like,
Have you ever heard Umar say? I'm not jumping on you. I'm just saying.
Oh,
I've
no,
never heard Umar say that. I've heard Umar have something to say about niggas dating white. He always do that. But when it comes to a black woman,
I've heard
he
him
keeps his
several
mouth
times
shut.
talk about black women that date white men as well. It's just not a one-way street.
Conceptually, is it like, because he calls people out by name and stands on it?
Right, like Shannon Sharp, what's his name, son?
Yeah, he won't do that with his sister. And my point, and here's my overall point. My point is, dudes like Umar, that's why I came at Umar first. They don't even believe in their own shit enough to stand on right is right regardless of gender. Right is right when it comes to like stuff like when it gets to the bottom line. So here's my overall point. My overall point is it's to the point where even a lot of black women don't like being associated with Cynthia G. Crystalline Carrison, who is the arbiter of get you a white man, these niggas ain't shit, don't even like being associated with Cynthia G or Chrissy or any of them, because that's literally how hateful they are. Tell me why Crystalline Carrison, even though she tries to backhand black men while she did it, how come she could call out these types of women, but Umar can't? Because you can't tell me Umar don't know who Cynthia G is. She's got 100,000 subscribers. You can't tell. So that's kind of my point. You don't even see him hold Boyce Watkins accountable for him even introducing her as like a pro-black entity in the first place. I'm not gonna bring Q butter fucks with Cynthia G too, which is a whole nother thing. But my point is, she has said stuff that if what did Hood Servant say who you associate with? Also, to answer his question, Game Changer said penis. I say domination. Black women want to dominate black men. They want black men to do what they say no matter what, because they say at the end. There may be degrees to certain black women. I always tell y'all 20% of them operate like they got some common sense. So y'all can have the 20% that ain't on that. I'll give you that number, even though everybody tells me that's too many black women. I'll give you that number. But the rest of them are on varying degrees of I'm a black woman and I say so type shit. And the problem with black men is a couple of reasons. Number one, black men need to stop having sex with these females on some homosexuality type shit. It needs to be, I don't care what I bring. If you're not going to be on my program, I'm not rocking with you, because I can rock with somebody else that will. Because I'll say this and I'm done. I say in the black manosphere, we need to cut past all this bullshit and tell black women, particularly like women like Cynthia G, if black men ain't gonna do it, cool. Black men ain't shit. I'm not here to argue that bullshit no more, because you're gonna believe what you're gonna believe. You need to go get you a good white man. You need to go get a good Hispanic. What? You need to go get you good. But here's the thing. What did Cynthia G come up with? I'm not gonna clown Robert Perkins, because apparently he does take care of his kids. You got with somebody, you signed up to be the fourth baby mama. You signed up for that. Like, I'm trying to be nice here. Okay, fifth. You signed, because Sierra signed up to be the fourth. You signed up to be the fifth. So, and this is after she said niggas ain't shit. Part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You went from her, where she at on one corner, because I ain't gonna give the name, she talking about people looking for her, to the other side of the country, just to do that. You flew yourself out to be the fifth baby mama.
Well, I say she flew herself out to be what she talks about, to be the descriptor that she talks about. Like, see, that's my whole thing. That's my whole thing, where we give this person credibility after we know her actions. Like, we know that she met a man on YouTube, gave up the cookies on YouTube, and had a whole child with the dude on YouTube. Right, like,
and they lie about it till this day. You got her followers that'll have you believe that it never happened. Go ahead.
I mean, regardless of if they still lying or trying to cover it up, that's my point. Like, where does she lose credibility? Like, why is she seen as an arbiter of things or of ideas that we should listen to. She eliminated herself the minute everybody found out that this is what she did. Like, I mean, where do you give credibility and value to a person that made a choice like that in front of all of us? And then
and just to be
real
fair,
quick, and then wants to
okay.
speak about, you know, the problems between black men and black women, when like you're fronting, you're stunting, like you went and did some fuck shit, and then you want to hide it, and then be like, well, I'm the arbiter of piety and black womanhood that we should look up to, and you know, like, it's crazy to me. So that's why when, you know, people label her a pro-black, she's not a pro-black. Any woman that would say we need to have some kind of, you know, arrangement and having babies, but you have one by some man that you don't even know and you met on YouTube. Like, we can't listen to a person like that.
I would be more interested in having, you know who, and this may sound controversial, but if you're gonna have Cynthia G on there, if that's what you're gonna fucking do, and it's all about clout, because that's a part of this too. I would be a lot more interested in swapping her with Crystalline Harrison.
I think she's just trying to be a female Tommy Sotomayor, unfortunately. But just that's my only.
All right, real quick, hold on. Shout out to Perfect Storm in the building. He said black men want to live the myth of Miss Ann. Shout out to BGS. Do appreciate the super chat. Xavier in the building says, please go to the original Fox Soul stream and read the comments. The number of positive responses for black women is most disturbing. Yeah, I did read some of that, and it was, they was big up and singing Cynthia G's praises. Eugene Thompson in the building. Cynthia G got her start in pro-black spaces. Yeah, that's, you know.
You mean she got her hustle? She got her hustle on. Go ahead.
That was always my view of it. Saw Guerrera in the building with the super sticker. But we're joined by somebody new, Q Bracy in the building. Go ahead. What's on your mind? Q Bracy, that's you. Hello? Mic check 1 2. And going.
Yeah.
All right. Say something in the private chat if you want to speak. Just type it out in the private chat and I'll bring you back up when you're ready. All right. So okay, this is my thing. This is one of my big takeaways, and we could debate back and forth on that whole pro-black angle of this, or rather not, it was a pro-black discussion or some just gender war discussion or whatever it was. One thing that I saw that was happening is I saw the two men, the two claiming and presenting as men on the panel, the two men that were still presenting as men, they were arguing from a perspective of racism, white supremacy, and what it's doing to us and how it's stopping black men from flourishing and this or that or blah, blah, blah. And normally black women have been typically in lockstep with black men on that side of the aisle, that, you know, when it comes to, you know, men, you know, I'll use the word pro-black, even though, you know, I say there's a delineation between which I consider pro-black and what's not, but whatever. Normally over there on that pro-black side, the pro-black men and pro-black women, they were more or less in lockstep. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? Because it's looking like it's a big change brewing where the women are basically saying, no, damn all that. At least the ones coming from Cynthia G's sector, even though they would have previously, less than, you know, year and a half ago, been talking about white supremacy and all of that. But now they're talking about, like, nope, it ain't. Like, they're basically saying it don't exist and all of that. They're going that route with it. And I'm saying they're going that route with it just so they could, you know, have more ammo to talk shit about black men.
Yeah, because that's all they're about. Like, you gotta remember, okay, the thing about the women over there, and that's why it needs to be known that women that are bigger, that are not like, even they are trying to low key distance. They're trying, like, for instance, Paris Milan is trying to have it both ways. Now I don't listen to these women like that. This is what these people tell me, because I protect my mental health, and listening to a black woman for too long can be taxing on it. Like these types of chicks. But real talk, Paris tries to have it both ways. Chrissy's trying to kind of do that too, but more distant. The women actually got money. But let's be clear, these bitches don't give a nut. But the content creators don't give a fuck about nothing but their own money. They were a lot of black women for it. Let's start. The very few of them this past 100 or in the 80s give anything about their own money. You can talk to a lot of these women now, like even Women's Sphere, who ain't a friend of black men like that will say that. Like when it comes down to it, they may get on code, but you starting to even see that starting to crack a little bit.
So you're basically saying they just got their narrative, they talking points, and they know what sells, they know they market, so they just giving the people what they want.
That's it. And that goes down to what AC Star was saying as far as, why are they taking it? That's all it is. All they're doing is they're making their, I call it emotional dope dealing by way of trauma bonding. That's all it is. That's where it starts. That is where it ends. Even with Karazin, Karazin at least, she believed in the mission of getting black women the ability to say fuck these niggas and get a non-black man. I will give her that she believed that. The problem is she ran into the fact where that's not what black women are interested in.
Are going through some of the same things.
They're not interested, and because what she would do,
a good thing.
It's a great thing. It talks.
You can hear that?
Yes.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Okay. So what she would do is she would put up a video telling black women some shit that black men were saying that black women need to do. Don't do it for black men, do it for white men. But she wouldn't frame it that way. She would say, this is what you need to do if you need to get a white man, which is kind of like that. And then black women will rebel against that. This is why she went to Kevin. Remember that clip where she went to Kevin saying, I can't get these chicks to lose weight for white men, which is something that nobody in the black manosphere was saying. Like they really, we weren't really rallying around it. Somebody may have said it, but we weren't really, because we didn't know that. That would have made it sound like haters. So the point is, when she said that, that's all, and then you correlate that to all these other April Mason, Nicole, all these chicks kind of being frustrated with black women. I mean, it tells you what it is. So again, you have the camps that they do believe in their mission, kind of like Obi Allen believes in his mission. I don't believe Obi Allen. I don't agree with his, but I don't believe that he's trying to make money on YouTube. I believe that he believes in his mission, and I won't take that away from him. I do believe Carrington believed in her mission. That's not Cynthia G. That's not like Chrissy. That's not Paris. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
But real quick, I do have to point out, Edward, because you say that Crystalline Carrington believes in her mission, but Crystalline Carrington had liposuction. Now, once again, Crystalline Carrington had liposuction, Edward.
She may be full of shit, but she can still believe in her mission.
Well, she's not full of shit because she had liposuction and they took the shit out. Crystalline Carrington had liposuction.
Oh, okay. Do you mean like she didn't lose the weight on her own, or you just saying she did lose the weight?
Yeah, I'm saying that she had liposuction.
Oh, okay.
So,
okay.
And the reason for that is she's out convincing other women to lose weight for white men when Crystalline Carrington had liposuction. Like, how can you, as Crystalline Carrington having liposuction, tell women like, they won't lose weight for white men. They won't go to the gym. They won't work out. They won't eat right. But Crystalline Carrington had liposuction.
Well, I mean, they could get it too. She's just saying that, but basically her point was that white men don't like the black female body type like that. They like a chick that looks more like Iman. They don't like the West African body type. They want a skinnier black woman. They want that type, which Africa does produce. So there's so you need to be in alignment with that type. If you're serious about getting somebody that's not a bottom shelf Brad, this is what they want, and they have no other reason to. You don't have the same kind of leverage. And my point is, she would put these videos out and quickly delete them. A game changer, yeah, she probably is full of shit, which is why she deletes so much stuff, because she deletes more stuff than probably any other content creator that she puts out. But anyway, so I get that part. But my point is, she will put that out. So my overall thing is this: black women are not interested in getting white men outside of having sex with them in a broom closet on some scandal shit, and validating their femininity. They are more interested in basically charging everything that's wrong with them. I'm dark skinned because of that nigga. That's basically what they're doing. Everything is the black man's fault. That's what moves the numbers. I'll ask you this, game changer, and then I'll let you rock.
Well, hold on.
This is a quick question.
Okay,
What
go ahead.
What do you think moves the numbers more for these types of women? Getting a white man or niggas ain't shit?
Well, I think that one is a method and the other is a statement, meaning that getting a white man is a means to an end for at least the divestors or swirlers. Basically, they want to create an environment where, it's like, look, we're leaving, we're leaving if you do not, accept relationships under our terms. So that's the whole, divester, swirler, get a white man. It's really just a leveraging tactic where the niggas, well, actually, that's also a psychological tactic, and that's
Yeah.
basically to get you to negotiate your wares, your goods, what you call dominance, and what I call penis, to give it to them at a discount. It's kind of like going into a car dealership and saying these cars ain't shit, hoping that that they would get it to you at a discount.
which is
And
why
it's the
I
same
say-
All
thing
right,
for regular-
all right, all right.
regular
Hold
white
on. Now,
people.
I do want to take it here. Like, Perfect Storm in the building says the Crimson Cure is someone you should have on. Dude, check my history. Just type in my name and her name. You'll see a whole one-on-one we did together. But I don't know how you missed that. I don't know how you missed that.
You all can go to YouTube channels and actually, if you go click on the actual YouTube channel of somebody like Bernard's, for example, and search, just type in Crimson, it'll pop up.
Yeah, it'll definitely pop up. But no, but this I want to play a part of this real
In
quick.
fact, Bernard, fuck that. Be an asshole and put it in your membership only. So you got to pay now. No,
that's funny.
Now the Crimson Cure and blew up. You got to pay now to get that exclusive interview from before she blew the hell up. Was it pre Father Time?
No. She came through after she blew up.
Still, just sell it that way to make them pay.
Yeah, but anyway, but no, I do want to play a piece of this, and we're gonna say the rest of this for tomorrow when I got Hood Assertive on. But I do want to play a piece of this at the end because this is interesting. But let's just hear this part. This is the very end of the stream, very end of the last end of the video.
Black women's need to have standards, expectations, and boundaries when dealing, especially with Black men, but any man in general, and open up your options too. Put you first. Stop thinking about Black men.
Okay. And I'm gonna be thinking about my Black man, Cynthia, because homie is all of that and then some. So I'm thinking right now. As a matter of fact, this show is over because I'm about to go think up on something.
I can't join you in that one.
Quiet as kept, so am I. But I still feel how
I can't join you in that one.
Quiet as kept, so am I. But I still feel how I feel.
All right. That was the part that I wanted to throw out there and get your reaction to that.
I mean, that's
she basically said after the show she about to go get up under her Black man. That's basically what she said. So
it's interesting because for one, when they do stuff like that, it kind of comes out of nowhere. Which is really just them trying to protect a certain image as, a woman who submits to their mate, at least sexually and openly do so. They really try to regrasp some of their feminine imagery. But yeah, I doubt. Anyway,
I would love to meet the nigga that is fucking Cynthia G.
Yeah, you have. It's at every sex toy shop near you. But honestly, no matter what, if she claims to have a dude, then by her logic, her dude is conquered, beta male, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and all the things that she claimed that every Black man is, provided that he is a Black man. So it really wouldn't make sense. She would have to admit that she is in a situation where she either A, is submitted to a dude who has been conquered, or B, is with a dude that she refuses to submit to. And that is something that is the paradigm that she put herself in.
And speaking of Crimson Cure, like why people aren't buying the soft girl era, it is so many things of Black women. First of all, women like Cynthia G cannot exist in a situation. And when I say exist, I mean being supported in a situation where Black women have it in their mind where they think Black men. Because here's the problem. The problem is no matter what you say, the dudes that actually have what you want as far as the ability to resource build, economically build, they're gonna do it for themselves first. I don't know what in your mind that you think that's not gonna happen. No, number one. And these dudes are finding either they're staying out of the game or they're finding alternative means to get what they want. Passport, I keep saying this, Passport Bros is a distraction. Because the reality of the situation is the biggest threat to genetic gentrification, which is what I call it, is domestic. You have women coming here. And the reality is black men can just take half of the femininity of what those women offer their men and then still be winning gangbusters, almost lottery levels compared to what you get from a lot of sisters. And that's the market they created. By the way, another thing too, Ganger talk about with this is why divestors were going at Cynthia G to a certain extent, saying she's actually black male identified. Divestors have said too that she's just hustling. That at the end of the day, she's doing some kind of BDSM bullshit with a black man somewhere, and she's lying to y'all.
She's a dom.
I mean, how else do you think that would work? She hits him with the whip saying, "Tell me I ain't shit again." That's the only way that could work. And there's some goofy nigga probably somewhere out there that sign up for that. But the point is, even divestors has really started to call her. Now, part of that, I think personally, they hating on her because she's actually got a subscriber and a following. So there's a little bit of that in it. But they even tell her that she ain't really against black men. She just tell y'all that to get y'all money. But she ain't really against it. And the reason why that matters is a lot of these divestors too are women that they love hearing the I hate the N with the hard R, folks. I love to hear that. But at the same time, some of these chicks actually got black male boyfriends. Like I'm telling you, it's some of these chicks. No, not some. Most of them, if they don't have black male boyfriends, like actual relationships, they are on the low having sex with black men. Like,
I've always called them
Edward, it's all about
aspiring swirlers. They not really truly doing it. I mean,
they're not pursuing it.
A Tinder hookup maybe, but I think they probably still doing that with black men. What
they're trying to do is these are a bunch of ugly bitches. And as far as their strategy going, because like
Kendra D and
no, I mean in addition to the ones that we I'm talking about the ones that we don't see, the divestors that we don't really see. They're a bunch of ugly bitches. And now the problem with that, and this is the plight of an ugly bitch, is that there is a certain level of secure penis that is not available to you. Just like I have to cope with the fact that I will never be able to stick my penis in Rihanna, Kelly Stamps, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They have to cope with the fact that they will never be able to securely get and maintain and sustain a sexual relationship with whomever they desire as a black man. Now, that is their unfortunate reality for being born so genetically unfortunate. Now, what they are attempting to do is they're attempting to leverage black penis. So what they want to do is they want to create other women, hence, other prettier, sexier, younger, hotter, sexier, childless black women when they, big and wig, they're trying to convince that particular group of women to divest so that the black men who are still loyal to black women will take they ugly ass. That is what they're attempting to do. It's kind of like telling, it's kind of like if I have, let's just say 5 friends and, we want to go to the club, but they all look better than me. I'd be like, oh, nah, nigga, y'all need to go to this club while I go to this one. And then hope that my less than attractive ass gets some chicks from them. It's eliminating competition. It's pointing competition in a different direction, which is what they're attempting to do. This is
all right. All right, we gotta go to do business down there at the bottom. But shout out to Robert Carmichael in the building.
It is not
$15 with a $15 cash app. I do appreciate you coming through supporting stream on the Cash App and appreciates everybody supporting the stream today. Y'all came through hard and heavy handed. Do appreciate it. But we got
Okay,
do
can I say
business.
something right quick? Right
Oh,
quick.
make
to the
it
chat
make
room?
it make it quick. 'Cause
Very quick. Very quick.
Okay.
Dark and Gorgeous says it's all subjective. It is all subjective. It is not subjective. If you're a subject of an ugly bitch, then you're ugly. Don't try to, and you call yourself gorgeous, saying what I say is subjective. You know when you are not an attractive woman. You know that. And I'm not saying that you're worthless, but what I am saying is that you're worth less. And you're worth less than the more attractive women in the world.
Beauty
And
is not political, and I'm tired of. That's one reason why these hoes always buy into white supremacy, because they want to buy into the idea that you can make anything beautiful. Do not confuse putting a white woman as a beauty standard with putting Lizzo as a fucking beauty standard. There are certain, just like how I'm gonna say it like this, because let me put there's never going to be a situation where a dude that's all things being equal, a dude that's 5'5" is going to be more valuable. Like 5'5" is never going to be more valuable than 6 foot. Certain things are non-negotiable. And that's what Game Changer is trying to tell you. Now, y'all can't deal with that. That's fine. I'm not saying color your skin. That is negotiable. But weight is not negotiable. And y'all trying to make everything negotiable this is why black women buy into the fluidity of everything, trans everything. This is, I would say in a different way that Game Changer would say it, but Game Changer is not wrong. Black women buy into these things at their own expense. They want you to, this is why you got literally black women pushing that a man that wants to be a woman is a woman too, because if you accept that, then you gonna accept they ugly ass. But that never works. That doesn't work. And you're dumb. Nobody's playing that game with you.
All right, so we got to go to do business, but really quick. Freeman's Journal in the building, says Bernard Raleigh. Salute, support black male media. Absolutely, I do appreciate that. And Marco Polo says Cynthia G. New man is this gay guy. Okay. All right. I don't keep up with gay guys on YouTube. Okay. I'll take your word. Okay. Going to do business. Thank you for your patience. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey, thanks for having me on, man. Shout out to the panel. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, you sound good.
Hey, I'm gonna just get straight to the point, man. Because I know you're a busy guy. I talked to you one time before, but I've been laughing at this stuff for months. So the problem I have, because I really don't have a problem with it, but because I can't do anything about it. The thing that bothers me is that these guys actually give these women a voice, and even other women give these dysfunctional females a voice on their platform. So to me, it looks like an economic thing, a clout chasing thing, and when you do that, it just shows the type of person that you are. I don't deal with people that are useless or that are not about anything. You're looking at a woman like Cynthia G, you can clearly look at the woman and see she the devil. I mean, she got evil written all over her spirit. Every time she come online, just pure demons. And by you talking to her is the problem. You're becoming a part of the problem by, giving people like that a voice. That's anything that you do in life, whether you're doing business, friends, family, whatever it may be. If this particular person has a spirit on them, you have to let them go. Don't talk to them. Don't think about them. They don't exist. You know they exist, but you take them out of your brain. And that's the problem that I have with people like Dr. Umar. He thinks that he can save everybody. You cannot save the world. Nobody can do this. Nobody. I don't care who you're talking about, Buddha, Jesus, Tupac, nobody. You cannot save the world. What a person is what a person is going to be. It's just that simple. And you go, I'm looking at the black manosphere, I see a lot of guys losing their minds all over the place, Bernard. They bugged out of their mind. And I've even talked to a lot of guys and tried to, pick them up, but not like I'm trying to save them. But when you see a brother falling down, you be like, hey man, let me holler at you for a minute.
What do you mean he out of his mind? What you talking about? You said you're talking about brothers, and you said in the black manosphere?
A lot of brothers. I don't want to necessarily, single anybody out, but I've been watching these dudes and even the dudes in the chat room, and I can just see they're breaking down. They're losing their minds. They're
About
trying
what?
to figure about women, about everything. They're trying to figure this thing out when they just don't know how to get straight to the point. A real man doesn't have to talk about what he wants. Just go get it. You see what I'm saying? You don't have to tell anybody.
Are you talking about channels where somebody is talking about not being able to get the woman that they want?
Yeah, they complain about women all day.
No. Okay, so it's a delineation between complaining about women from the standpoint that you can't get no pussy versus just breaking down what's happening, giving an accurate description of what's going on and calling out the BS that gets put out there unchallenged. That's a different thing than somebody complaining because they can't get no pussy. The can't get no pussy channels, I don't even know where they at this point.
But even with that though,
that in there, he slide that in because I was on a call. I didn't need that.
But I'm saying, but even with that, even when brothers are complaining about what they want, things to be, a real man doesn't do that. Just go get what you want, whatever it is in life. Just go get it.
Yes,
stop.
I understand what you're saying, but you're talking about it as if YouTube channels are not YouTube channels. Like they're YouTube channels that cover topics. They're not somebody's personal diary or journal where they just doing their personal battle cry for why to get anybody in the earshot to come be with them. Like that's why I don't understand what you're talking
about. That goes into economics. Because they're doing it for money. They're doing it for money. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
I get what's being said. So basically, like take Martin Luther King for example, when he had his "I Have a Dream" speech, but real men don't talk about what they dream about. They just go out and get it. Is essentially what he's saying. So Martin Luther King should have just shut the fuck up and went out and got it. That's exactly what's being said. And like politicians just need to, stop debating and stop having discord with other competitions, and they need to just shut the fuck up and become president. Like that is exactly how everything works. And like when coaches give like motivational speeches to their players, they need to just shut the fuck up and win the game. In fact, when they talk about strategy, and when they talk about strategy, hold on, I'm working with you, brother. Yeah, I know, because that's his mindset. That's our mindset, So, and when they talk about strategy and stuff like that, as far as how to win the game, they need to just shut the fuck up and win the game. And like when generals have battle plans and stuff like that, they need to just shut the fuck up and win the war. Like that is exactly, I am with you 100%. And that is why those people who, bring the spears to the machine gun fight with no plan whatsoever always win the war, because action. I'm with you, brother.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, look, I understand the slick diss. That was cool, but you went way over what I was saying. But I understand what you're saying, though.
I think you came.
That was kind of slick.
I think you came with the slick diss, brother.
I didn't do that. I came in straight up.
Hold on. Let me say it just like.
But this. I got you though.
No. Here's the thing. Number one. Anytime a motherfucker says real, like black men need to stop saying real men. That's what these chicks be saying to try to control us. The truth is black people really ain't got no, I ain't talking about just you, I'm talking anybody. We got here because somehow somebody fucking believed that Cynthia G, looking like she is and with her history and with her whole family, every literally sibling she got is with a non-black person. Somehow she's able to determine what a real black person that cares about their people is. That's kind of how we even got here. And by the way, thank you, Boyce Watkins and Tariq Nasheed, by the way. That but this idea of the niggas that want pussy are listening to the dating coaches, and that's what they charge for. There's a difference between complaining for something and advocating for something. There's a difference. And quite frankly, one of the reasons why we debate is so we don't get violent. And this is not for the manosphere, but I'm talking about manhood in general. The reason
you're talking about mankind in general.
Yeah, mankind.
We debate and have public discourse and exchange of ideas.
Yeah.
Because the alternative before we start doing that, it was
January 6th every weekend. Like take politics for example, because technically the Democrats the congressional caucus in the Democratic congressional caucus has more wealth than a Republican congressional caucus. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of your senators that are Democrats have more money than the Republicans, but they still advocate. So this idea of you're only advocating for something because you're in that situation, I mean, you would have thought we would have disproven that argument by now, because we've got too many dudes that are not only married to black women now, or were, they also have kids and grandkids. There's a lot of that in the manosphere. And your SYSBM folks, shout out to SKC, shout out to others like Hood Service, like they have wives and kids. We have enough people living what they're living. Also, we've had enough people as far as showing your
Wait,
face.
Hood Server is not married. The Hood Server is
okay.
not married.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
was,
SKC,
I think he got down on one knee,
Nate Dogg.
and she
Oh yeah,
left
I
him
remember
down
that.
there.
Yeah, so my point is we have
Sorry,
enough
Hood.
people, we have enough people to go hard. I mean, shout out to Archer, who has multiple baby mamas.
Come on now, I don't shout out Archer.
Well, my point is Archer ain't
That
paying
shit-
child. Archer ain't paying child support, and Archer goes harder than a lot of us do. And to
Yeah,
my point,
Archer be talking too reckless. I just don't shout him out. That's all.
Yeah, okay.
He literally said the last time I heard him talk, he was on somebody's show. He was like, yeah, I get with women, I get them pregnant, and then I leave them.
And that's Archer's lying. That's not
like that. So yeah, that's why I'm like, let's not.
Archer tried to marry every chick that he had that had a kid with him. They wanted the genetic currency. Right. Anyway, my point, I get that.
He be clowning.
My point is this idea that dudes are only complaining about pussy. It's tired, it's old, it's dated. You know, people advocate and debate for different things. And this idea is because you honestly, y'all can say tricking pussy, nigga, you can go get it. Nigga, dudes can go buy the shit and never say nothing to any of you niggas, and you niggas never know, so you can never have an opinion on somebody that you don't know what they doing. If it was really this, oh my God, like my channel's been around for a while and I've got like almost 6,000 subscribers. I'm not doing this because I'm trying to make money. I'm doing this, I came to this because as somebody that does believe in black people being competitive, because I believe that racism exists, but I believe that black people help it run like a well-oiled machine, and that we should first eliminate all of the things that we do, all of the false errors.
Yeah.
This issue, like to win, I'm gonna say this and I'm done. In order to be a good basketball team, in order to be a good basketball team, you have to first fix the culture and develop a winning culture. You can't just say, shut up and just win the championship. That's what the Lakers do. And that's why the fucking Lakers have been losing recently. Just buy the players you need to buy and let's go make a run for a change. That don't usually work that way. Sometimes it does. Most of the time it doesn't. You have to develop a winning culture. Then you test that culture in other teams and have a winning season. Then you get in the playoffs. Then you get to the finals. Then you do what you do. Black people just want this alpha your way through it shit and say, just stop talking. Because me personally, if I'm going to go with where you're talking about, I'm actually going to answer the shit the way you talk about. If I was going to say, shut up and don't talk about nothing, I would say we need to have a libertarian dating market. Question to you, do you believe that in black men dating outside? I'm asking, I don't know. Do you believe in black men dating outside their race do business?
You could do what you want to do, man.
Okay, so do you believe that anybody has a right to say anything? So let me ask you the second question. Why do you believe that black men care about who black women date outside their race as much as black women do? In your opinion?
Some dudes may.
As a group, not like because we could say pro-blacks do as a group, but we're talking about like as all black men. Would you say that black men all like as a group care about who black women deal with, or do you think black women care more about who black men deal with?
I can't answer that question.
You can't answer that. So you're literally
because there's no way for me to answer that. There's no way for me to answer that.
Okay, so let me ask it in a different question. Who do you think is gonna get more smoke for dating outside their race from black people? A black man or a black woman?
Both.
So you're saying,
yeah. Why does this matter to the points that he brought up?
It matters. It matters because he said you can do what you want to do, and part of why motherfuckers are even debating is because black women fuck that. Black men and black women do not believe what you just said. That black men have a right to do what the fuck they want to do. But they do believe black women can do what the fuck they want to do, which is one of the reasons why we're on this motherfucker. Because I don't give a fuck if that bitch fucks me or not, but I do give a fuck if she wants to create a political and social hostile climate for me doing what the fuck I want to do.
Right. And let me say this. Let me say this to Bernard right quick.
Literally have
Let me say this right quick.
Let me pass it to do business. Let me pass it to do business.
I got you, Eric.
He was trying to take it down a certain path, and I think we've gotten off of that
black
path.
People acknowledge a homosexual's right to be a homosexual more than they acknowledge a black man's right to day outside their race. That's the community.
See, ain't nobody talking about that, man.
Yeah, he wasn't talking about that. He was on.
I'm telling them why we're advocating for. He's talking about we just complaining.
I got you, Edward. You sure know how to talk, bro.
Go ahead, do business. Go ahead, do business.
I'm cool with you though, man. But basically, Bernard, what the black manosphere is turning into, it's not even the black manosphere anymore. It's turning into the black bitchosphere. That's what it's turning into. Because a lot of dudes are just straight punks, and all they do is complain and whine, and it's just lame. And we laughing at you.
Okay, so the problem. Ed, chill. Hold on. You said the problem with the black manosphere is that all they do is they talk about the bullshit that women do, and they call it out, and they debunk and refute the arguments and the stuff that black women say about black men. They refute it, debunk it, counter it, defeat it, and that's make them some bitches, and that's what it's turned into. And you're saying it was never that.
It wasn't like that in the beginning.
Okay. Oh, what was it in the beginning?
Now when I found out about it.
Hold on.
Dudes was actually doing business with each other.
Wait a minute. I want to ask the question that I want you to answer them. What was it in the beginning when the black manosphere started? What were they doing if they weren't responding to the bullshit that women were saying and the bullshit that women were doing?
That was a part of it, but what I'm saying is that a lot of brothers were actually networking with each other and building each other up. That's why I had started, paying attention
with each other and building each other up. That still
happens. That's all that it was, bro.
It's funny. It's funny if I may, because I was just
real quick. Hold on. Whoa. Everybody stop. Dude, that still happens. Theo is in the chat room right now.
Shout out to him.
He getting lots of brothers into IT. We use our channel to funnel brothers into his program. We still networking and we still building people up. Like that is still a thing that is still going on.
Christian has a meet up in Detroit.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, because I was just talking to Theo right now about that in the chat room when he was saying that it used to be about brothers networking. That is very ironic.
Oh, really? He said that. Wow.
No, he's talking
about
surprised. No.
I'm talking about the conversation I was having with Theo about Docker and Kubernetics. We were just talking about
while
that.
You're saying what you're saying.
Yeah, right when you were saying what you were saying. The irony was just spectacular. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Rilla, not Rilla from Lapeef, but Rilla. It's teaching people to get IT so they can get into remote work without degrees. Discords. I mean, the thing about it is, let's keep it all the way. Without me going into another monologue.
The angry man side of it, I don't know what all they got going on, but they be doing stuff in the Discord where they, I think he got something going on where I think every Monday they get together and they talking money and business, and they got networking and shit that they doing over there to help brothers out. Like we have our channels. Like the manosphere started out. It came into existence as a counterpunch to the shit that women have been saying, and they have been doing. Once the audience was built, you had networking. Since there's an audience of men here, let's help some brothers out. And then that's where like the networking and all of that came into. But if you're trying to say that there was ever a black manosphere that wasn't talking about women, that I don't know what manosphere that you're talking about.
The networking started with 2.0, and without going into another monologue, because I had this back and forth with Complex and the Black Brain Trust. The reason why when dudes put out a lot of the business stuff, if I talk sales, the numbers get cut into a third, and that's if they're good. So you got dudes that ain't, as you said, you had a channel, but you got people that are telling us what we need to put out. So this is the way it works. We advocate for what we advocate for, depending on what dudes are passionate for. Then we develop an audience. We network with each other as a social group, because that's what you see when people are on people's panels. Then we generally have Discords or Patreons or whatever, and that's where the actual networking happens, where people that have like minds and stuff like that. And we may promote a channel of a guy that I'm gonna call a qualified individual, such as like Alonzo when it comes to insurance, or Keep It Techie, and we have interviews, and these things happen. Just like with the Passport Bros, even though I have my opinions on that last argument, you know, when we brought the dude from Brazil, we have different things. Austin Holloman right now is being railgun, and he's advocating for brothers learning to speak another language, which can give them business advantages even if they don't travel. So these things happen. The problem when I hear dudes say what they say, what my question is, who are your favorite YouTubers? Because everybody listens to different things in the Black manosphere.
I want to get his response to what I said, that when was the Black manosphere not a counterpunch to the bullshit that women say? When was it not that?
I'm not saying I don't know how to answer that either. I'm not saying that it never was. And do you
think it's possible? Do you think it's possible that somebody just inceptioned into your mind a straw man argument about what we are, and you just came here armed with somebody else's straw man argument about dudes are just crying and whining about women they can't get because they're so sad and they just want some pussy? Like, do you think that that's possible? Because
I'm not saying,
I talk
I'm
about
just saying what I've seen.
hold on, wait, time out. I talk about women through and through, and that ain't going nowhere. I will always be on the front line when they say some bullshit. I will pick it apart, counter it, refute it, and debunk it. That's what I do. That's a big part of
so
what
let me
my
ask you
channel
this, right?
is about, and that has nothing to do with ability or inability to get some pussy. I'm with the same woman that I was with before I even started my channel. So
well, let me kick this to you, right?
So that ain't a thing. All right, so go ahead.
So all of the channels that talk about women doing this, women doing that, whatever y'all talking about, are the women going to change? Have they changed since y'all been talking about them? What talking about what they said? Are they going to change?
Hold on, wait, time. Ed, please. Okay, do business. That's extremely irrelevant. My audience, per my analytics, is 93% men. I'm talking to men. I don't give a fuck if the women change. I do care if men mindset change and the way men operate and deal with women change. And if enough men change in that regard, the side effect of that is that women will be forced to change and have to change. But if they don't, then oh well, the men will deal with the women that hop on board with them, wherever those women come from. So changing women, it's like somebody told you that our goal was like a targeted market to change women. It's like somebody told you some bullshit and you just believed it and you just came up here talking. I wonder who told you that bullshit.
Nah, I see it, bro. I see it all the time.
Well, no,
every other day.
Business.
I see it all the time. And it just makes them look really bad, Bernard. That's all I'm saying. Just stop complaining about them.
Do business.
You are protecting women from criticism. You being a simp enforcer right now.
I'm not protecting them.
That's what you're doing.
How can I protect them, bro?
So how about this?
Hold on. I'm gonna go to Game Changer.
I'm just saying niggas look weak when they do it. That's all I'm saying.
Niggas look weak when they speak up for men against bullshit narrative against men. You telling us we weak, which means you're trying to attempt to silence our voice against their voice. That makes you a simp enforcer.
No, you.
That makes you a
almost like becoming a part of the problem. That's what I'm saying. By talking about them or talking about it, it's still adding to it. Just don't even worry about it.
Okay, so your argument is just shut up. Your argument is just go away. But I guarantee you listen to manosphere content creators who talk about women. And even if they're not talking about women, they're talking about men who talking about women with men. They still talking about women. I guarantee you subscribe to a bunch of channels that talk about women. So I don't know why you just come on some content creators platform and make a just shut up argument when you still watch male content creators that talk about women. This is some goofy shit.
Nah, man. Look, I don't have a problem with y'all. I don't have a problem with. I'm just saying, it's just weak when I see it, bro.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying. It's just weak.
So we'll take that under advisement.
Go ahead, Game Changer.
So I believe in your theory, Bernard, that he's being strongly influenced by others. Simply when he said we are laughing at you, really suggests that there is an influence going on and that there are others included in the word we. In fact, it's implied as part of the definition of we. So there's definitely others. And so you see, we have to understand Black men have a desperate need to try to better other Black men. So if given the opportunity to join a collective of Black men that down other Black men, some will take it because they want to down others in order to aggrandize themselves. That's why people say that we live in a crab barrel or a crab bucket or something like that. They feel the only way to get up is to pull others down. There is nothing more interesting, I should say, than a group of people who say you shouldn't talk about a topic, but they talk about the people who talk about a topic. It's weak to talk while they are talking. It's weak to talk about a group of people that aren't going to change while they are talking about a group of people that are not going to change. They do not see the irony in that, but they're laughing, and that's fine. Go ahead. That's how you wish to spend your time. But please don't pretend like this is part of a greater build effort. Like we're building over here. No, you're laughing at others who you believe aren't building anything. That's not building.
Yeah, I call it shiny niggas.
Hey, I'm not laughing at Anton Daniels. He takes care of his business. I respect that.
Are you talking?
I'm not laughing at him.
Hold on.
Really?
Okay.
You talking?
That's a real one right there.
Wait. Time out.
That's a real one right there.
Whoa, stop. Anton Daniels is on Lapeef. He's like the star of the Lapeef Let's Talk show, the main show that talks directly to women.
With women on it.
Yeah.
So if somebody is trying to change women, then he's the captain of that ship. So what is you talking about?
Look,
that was very
I
weird.
understand that he's a part of the show, but he also has another channel where he deals strictly with business. You see what I'm saying?
What'd you say?
He has another channel where he deals strictly with business. You see what I'm saying?
Networks
That's just entertainment.
Holy
that Lapeef stuff is just entertainment.
So then why don't you just look at what others do as just entertainment, and then if they take care of business in other avenues of their life, then they're doing that. That is a very it seems like it's like I just want to he's on this. I just want to pull somebody down. Like, Anton, it's weird.
I'm trying to pull somebody down. How can you by telling you to be a real man?
Wait, time out,
stop complaining.
Time out.
But tell Anton to stop complaining. You are full of shit.
He's married. He has a wife. What are you talking about? This dude don't be complaining. He be dropping mad game, dog.
But Bernard just
said
he's
dropping
on the
serious knowledge.
All right.
No. Hold on. They do business. I do want you to see. I do want you. And shout out to Theo. Oh, you just blocked. Did you just block Gabe A?
Oh yeah, Gabe A. I blocked Gabe A too. Gabe A. Is getting blocked all around. I told her that credit card for that bullshit is declined.
Hold on. Do business. I hope you see the contradiction in what you said. On one hand, you said stop. Hold, please let me explain. Let me try to explain it to him like he's 5 years old. On one hand, you're saying it's wrong to be talking about these women all day. It's wrong to be, y'all trying to change these women. These women ain't gonna change. Y'all should be about business. Then we said, okay, we have YouTube channels where we do talk about women, and there's also business that gets done on the back end. Then you mentioned Anton Daniels, who the Lapeef Network is essentially his channel, where he's on there, where he's talking directly to women, by the same standard, he's trying to change women, but he also does a lot of business on the back end on his Patreon. So the same exact thing that you accused us of, the person who you just championed is doing the same thing. And if you say the criteria is, well, he's married. Well, I mean, I ain't married, but hell, I've been in a steady, solid relationship for a good little while. So, like, you not making any fucking sense.
I'm telling you, when I see Anton, bro, he just be dropping mad knowledge. He never complains about women. He has discourse with them.
Example of the knowledge.
He don't complain like most of the dudes in the manosphere. He don't be doing that.
Okay, how do you draw a distinction between one person pointing out some bullshit that women do and calling it out, and another person? Because I'm assuming when he call out women on their bullshit, he's just dropping knowledge. How do you make a distinction between
way to
somebody
do it, bro.
who you think? Okay, so you just like his personal style, the tone of his voice, or the shininess of his
real recognize
when
real.
He do it.
Oh my God!
Real recognize real.
Like Bernard. I'm sorry because sometimes hold on, please. Let me ask this one question. Do business. Give me an example of, because I've listened to Anton's channel, so a little bit. Give me an example of something that really stuck with you on the business shit.
That ain't gonna get it.
I'm
That ain't gonna
Because
get it.
this is who he is advocating for.
I know,
So
but
I'm saying, so no.
That's just one person, Edward. That's just one dude.
No,
The
there's a reason
point.
I'm asking. Hold on, there's a reason I'm asking that. Because, dude, because if you ask me if I advocate for somebody, I can usually fire off various things they've said that make sense to me in my life as far as business. So I'm asking you, you say this nigga talks about real business. If you're really advocating for Anton, please do Anton a solid and actually talk about something that he actually talk about. What is a point that is resonated with you
Just
that
go to
Anton
the
has
channel,
talked
brother.
about when it comes to business?
Just go to the channel.
So, nigga, you
Just go to the
don't
channel.
know. So let me hold on.
I'm not gonna go down this game with you. I'm not gonna play this game with you, dog.
So let me answer the question since you don't know. I don't even listen to Anton's channel like that. His personal.
So what are you
channel.
talking about then?
But hold on, because me not listening to it like that with a couple of videos, I can give you something that resonates with me. So the fact that you advocate for somebody and you can't even retain any information they gave you.
The reason he can't do that is because his goal isn't.
I'm not saying that I can't do it.
Stop.
Bro,
Stop.
but I'm not gonna play this game with you.
No, you
stop.
can't.
No. Stop.
You
Stop.
can't.
Everybody stop. Ed and do business. Chill. Okay. His goal isn't advocation for Anton. I watched some of Anton's stuff. Anton is solid. He says some things I disagree with, but Anton, for the most part, I ain't gonna get into the parts I disagree with. Anton is a solid dude and he's a solid man, and I no issue with Anton. He do good work. I'll just say that. That's not his general point here.
No, he's a shiny.
His general point is that I'll go in and say it. He's a part of the hater sphere where they just hate on the manosphere. Where there's those put it like this. I heard a dude hop on one of those. Fuck it, I'll go ahead and say it. It was Ramil's panel. Ramil, the dude hopped up there. It was like
we got love for you, Bernard. We got love for you.
A dude hopped up there and was like, "Man, yeah, this was around the time when Ramil and Ty City broke up." A dude was like, "Man, y'all got to keep that together, man, because we got to keep our foot on them SBD niggas' neck. Yeah, we got to keep our foot on the neck of them niggas who keep their foot on the neck of them bitches that we don't like either. I mean, but we still need to keep our foot on." And then he started malfunctioning and couldn't even, because he figured out how fucking stupid the shit was. That there are men that got a problem with women, but they're criticizing other men who criticize the women. It's like, y'all basically saying, don't criticize these women that we got the same, that we acknowledge the same issue with. It's some stupid shit. It's some stupid shit that you coming up here trying to put the foot on the neck of the men who put the foot on the neck of the bitches that you don't like either. It's like this is some retarded shit that you're doing. That's all that's happening here, man.
I don't have problems with women, bro. I don't have women problems.
Okay, so why are you on?
Hold on. No. When I said problem, I didn't mean like personal women problems. I just mean that if you acknowledge the bullshit that women be on and you call it out and you deal with it either by pumping and dumping or passporting or just keeping it casual or just, or only just having one solid one that you deal with or however you deal with that, either way it go, these women are not to be trusted. That's the reoccurring thing. And men are on the internet talking about it. But for some reason, one group has just decided that we're going to shit on the other men that talk about it while simultaneously talking about it. It's stupid.
Well, this is gynocentric.
This shit is stupid.
This is part of gynocentric.
I ain't trying to tell nobody what to do. I'm just laughing.
Well,
that's all.
Nigga, hold on, nigga.
Y'all do that,
this
man.
Is the
that
ultimate,
shit is corny, man.
Dude. No, what's corny is it's 2:55. I'm literally answering emails about somebody who's supposed to have some shit for me and my job that they don't have. While you're fucking on here trying to tell another, you said you don't care about what another man does. That's what you said in the beginning. Yet you've been on this bitch for like 20-25 minutes on 2:56 Eastern time on a Friday trying to regulate.
I mean, I actually came to talk to Bernard. I really didn't come to talk to you. I mean, I'm cool.
Well,
with
no, everything. No, you don't need to talk to
Bernard.
me. I mean, since you on the panel, the reality is Bernard thinks the shit you saying is stupid too. The difference between you and me is he's trying to understand. I already knew where this was.
No, I'm not trying to understand nothing. I know exactly exactly what he is and what's going
Because
on.
by the way, grown man, we had this same conversation months ago with grown man business. Now, grown man business, he makes his money, he does his thing, he is married with daughters, he understands the situation, but he had this same fucking conversation. Nigga, can you please have your own fucking thought? Because you're not even putting together actual sentences. All you do, yeah, man. Hey, I understand. You're a real nigga. Oh, we just laughing. Nigga, black men, everybody's laughing at black men. Like as far as other groups. So
I
nigga,
wonder why.
you ain't no new
I wonder
nigga.
why.
Nigga, you ain't separate.
Hey Bernard, I'm gonna
You
holler at
ain't
you, my nigga.
special.
You be
I
safe,
mean,
bro.
this nigga waiting for a
All
bus.
right, man.
This nigga said, I'm waiting for a bus, and I decided to come on here. Let me tell these niggas they ain't shit so I can feel good for myself. Like, this shit was an exercise in an absolute... Nigga, do you... Like, man, please. Christian was just on my shit, and we were talking about commercial real estate not too long ago. These motherfuckers are notice these niggas are nowhere to be found when we talk about some shit that's actually valuable. When Theo comes on this shit, these niggas ain't nowhere to be found. When any of these niggas that actually are dropping real information, they are nowhere to be found. They only show the fuck up. And the reality is they got their little heroes because they're here. That nigga's a Thai City subscriber. I know what it is. That's
Oh no, dude,
Well,
I saw that a mile away. I saw it a mile away, and I knew exactly where it was going. That's when you was asking him, what group, male or black men or black women get criticized more for dating. I was like, no. We don't even need to go that route. We just need to get down. I understand what you was trying to do, but I just wanted to get down to the bottom of the
because I was trying to
bullshit.
establish for the audience that, like, just like the thing with Anton, for example, one thing that resonated with me with Anton was talking about how black men need to vet women for marriage, and he was going into details of certain things. These are things I've talked about before. Hold on.
He said he could throw a rock into a crowd and hit a wife, but because of the amazing man that he is, she's going to conform around him and be a perfect wife. Like that. That's the stuff Anton say that I disagree with.
I didn't hear that.
But other than that,
he's a liar. Because I've heard
Anton. Other than that, Anton is a solid man. I got nothing bad to say about him.
I asked Anton a direct question. Anton said on his shit too. He said it more than once. He said that he would not get rid of his wife and go back in today's current dating market. And E Black has said E Black has said that all the bullshit E Black said. And when I asked him that question, that nigga was real quick. Like, oh hell no. Them niggas know what they got. So they know they wouldn't go back in the casino. But my point is, Anton was at least talking to the because even if he could still believe you can hit a wife if you throw a rock in the crowd and still say you have a need, you have to vet women. And so my point is for the black men that they're gonna get married and you can't tell them shit about marriage, rather than having that fight, I'm going to say, yo, go ahead and listen to Anton's personal channel for marriage advice, because he's been married for X amount of years. You may be able to learn something. And some of the stuff I've heard with vetting it is good information before you get married. This nigga talk about he can't play a game. The reality is he doesn't know. Because if he did, he would just fire it off. Because nigga, I'm not calling y'all niggas, but I didn't ask him. I never asked him what's his favorite YouTuber. He sat there and volunteered Anton. Of anybody he could have said, he said Anton. And so again, these niggas, he's trolling. He's trolling. And I hate
it's so funny that the person that he named is on Lapeef. Like, that is the reigning channel of discussions with women right now. As far as black people, black men and black women, that is the premier channel of people trying to have the discussion, or people trying to change women or whatever. Like that is it. That is the tip of the spear right now.
And
so
that's part of why our channel
him
is
to
small.
That just blew me away.
And what's crazy about exactly.
Even I ain't trying to bring him up too much more, but I think Ramil, when he calling people out for that shame, blame, explain stuff that don't make sense to me. I mean, the Lapeef Network is the biggest channel that he call out for that shit. Like, so that just blows me away that's what he named. Man, I wanna pass it to GC, because me and GC, the truth be told, we be talking about this shit. We don't come on the air talking about it. I just try to do my content, but homeboy pulled up on me, and so we end up having a off the air discussion on the air.
Man, we just
about
laughing at you. I'm
about
like,
about the nonsense. But GC, what do you think about that? He was coming up here, trying to keep his foot on the neck of the niggas who keep their foot on the neck of the bitches that he don't like either. Explain how stupid that is.
Yeah, it's kind of self-explanatory. Let me put you on hold for 1 minute. 1 minute, I got company, so hold on real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
But shout out to Theo in the building. Shout out to Theo in the building. Dropped a super $120 super chat on me. I don't know who he blocked. I think it was Gabe A, because I know
Gabe. Yeah.
You blocked him over here or on your channel?
On my shit.
Okay, yeah, because
Theo. I pulled Gabe
Theo, hold on real quick. Theo has been hunting for Gabe A, because I unblocked Gabe A, and truth be told, I knew Theo was going to be hunting for him, and I let Theo block whoever he wants. So is what it is.
And you know what's funny too?
Well,
yeah, I just want to say it's gonna be real quick. A lot of dudes, they have business channels, but they isolate it from this content because it has a different demographic, and so that happens too. But whatever, go ahead.
Yeah, Nick Taylor, check your email. Check your email, Nick Taylor. I hit you up. At least I think I did. I think that was the right email. But go ahead, Game Changer.
No, it comes from a strong desire to psychoanalyze what was going on earlier. It comes from a strong desire to say that I am better than you. Some people have this, and that really comes when a person actually don't feel that they are better than a person, but they have to say it in order to believe that. You see, here's the thing. A person who is pre-med, or a person who is in the engineering department like I was in, we never went to, say, the, I don't know, art history department and say, oh, y'all wasting time. We in the engineering department, we sit back and laugh at the art history department and about how much time y'all are wasting studying art history. That would make us foolish, and we would be wasting our time. And that's because, and there's a very clear reason why we didn't do that. And that is because we didn't actually need to feel that our study of our subject of study was better than theirs.
But no, you got it slightly wrong. They're also in the art history department, hating on another art history department for doing art and history. It's even worse than that.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's the best analogy I could come from, because in real life, no one rarely ever does something so foolish. Like, no one actually gets back and to make fun of a person for what they choose to do recreationally, because essentially your recreation is making fun of somebody else's recreation. That's very, very, very bizarre behavior.
Yeah. I'm gonna just come out and say it. It's gynocentric thinking, and it's whole ass shit. Like, only black, like the level of black men that get so invested. It's like, even the way he was putting words together, the level of black men that they get so invested to the point where they actually congregate around other black men for the specific purpose of talking about what other black men are doing. And it's one thing when it's like, okay, we need to dissect the logic of it because we're making a greater point, because we got to unwound this complex bullshit. But the level of you just coming here, I mean, it's like, nigga, it's kindergarten shit. It's weak ass shit. It's what motherfuckers do when they don't show, oh, look at what I'm doing, and let that shit stand on its own. It really is. And dudes be really out here thinking they be doing, again, saying you're laughing at somebody. I'd rather y'all be laughing, because if y'all hating, y'all actually do something hating. Like, yeah, man, we laughing at you. As a nigga, who the fuck are you?
Right. It's an attempt to make themselves feel like they're better than another group of people. Now, by the way, because it's contagious.
Wait, hold on real quick, Nick. It looked like you responded to the email I sent you. Must have thought I sent you another one. Yeah, no, okay, okay. So we good. You got my email, and it looked like you responded to it. So yeah, we'll get a date. We'll get a date together. Oh wait, okay, never mind. I'll read it.
And remember,
go ahead. I interrupt you. Game Changer. Go ahead, Game Changer.
Okay, so it's contagious, the desire to feel better than another group of people or other individuals. So take somebody in the chat room right now, for example, right? If it was your goal to make a mint off of talking about BFF, then they are laughing at you. But because yeah, you are the person, you are the primary person that is being laughed at. Now, because you have a desire to laugh at others, you are going to join with those who are laughing at you in your attempt to laugh at others. That kind of makes you an imbecile.
And
But
these are the
I
same
didn't
dudes when
follow.
Kevin blew the fuck
okay,
up.
okay. No, no, no,
But no,
no, no,
no.
no. Let's go with this,
Nah,
right?
I don't.
So,
Yeah, let's not. Let's not.
okay,
Oh
go
no,
ahead.
I follow what Game Changers talk about. I don't know if you talk about the chat or what, but I follow what you were talking about. I just want to say Kevin is a perfect example of when these dudes, when the dude blew up, how these niggas were basically having periods everywhere, and they wanted to talk so much shit about Kevin because so when he was clearly doing something and clearly moving the needle. Now they wanted to, man, fuck that nigga, blah 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 blah. It's retarded. And at the end of the day, we not going nowhere. So I mean, y'all, if y'all go waste y'all time worry about what the fuck we doing, go ahead. I mean, again, look, man, I don't really have an issue with Ramil, but there's certain things that speak for itself. I agree with a lot of Ramil says, but I even acknowledge Ramil when I was on Dr. Thunder's thing, who's a doctor, but collab, but I even acknowledge that he's the qualified individual when it comes to pump and dump. But that being said, it speaks for itself certain things when it comes to selling channels and shit like that, and selling them again because because I got the email. It speaks for itself. So I mean, and that's not to discredit Ramil, but that's to say I'm here to advocate for certain things so we can move the conversation to a productive thing. To me, Ramil is here to low key troll, and it's like I don't even know why he's even in the space. It's like I want to troll, and the people he's
All right.
around is conservative said like Ty City, because Ty City is the one that really gets on my nerves. To be honest with you, it's like I don't like the troll shit. I really don't. That's I'm gonna leave it there. Oh
All right.
God,
All right.
in the
Let's.
chat. But anyway,
What'd you say?
Black male worship is in the chat. That's all I'm gonna start calling her.
I don't even know. I don't even know who the hell that is. That's a YouTube name.
No, it's hashtag Black woman.
Oh, that person. Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
do know.
Black male worship.
I do know about that person.
You
All
talk
right,
about
yeah.
Cynthia
Shout out
G and show up, she will.
TBE Truck. Well, shout out to Black Wolf Inc. in the building. Says when a man says I never had any problems with women, it means he never had a girl beyond the
That's
friend
true.
zone. He's the dude that thinks he has a shot. Yeah, that is kind of annoying too. Like I listen, like you
I never had problems.
you can get on good with women. You could have sexual access to hot women, but then still have problems with women. The way women operate in these times, if you're not gamed up or red pilled up, or you just got good common sense and a proper critical understanding of what they are and what they do, you will have some problems with women. I think what
Or you
he's saying,
fucking ugly bitches.
I think what he's saying is predicated on the assumption that everybody else's problem is sexual access, and that's one thing that I push back against. Like I didn't start my channel due to sexual frustration, like that, and I don't even really see that in the black manosphere. Probably in the incels, there's incels out there that's on some sexual frustration shit, but I don't know nobody, at least not right now, who's talking about they can't get pussy.
Oh,
Like
there's nothing wrong with
you're
the black
saying that.
community. The black community is perfect. It's you niggas can't get pussy. The end.
All right.
Well,
Black
yeah,
Wolf Inc.
that's shaming talk.
There's nothing wrong with
Black,
America. There is no racism. You niggas just can't get a job because you can't read and write. The end. And your
TV
IQ is
trucking
low.
in the building. Cynthia G said black male babies should be aborted. Why is she on TV? Umar actually called her on that. So when we do the show tomorrow, we will be getting into that. Uncle Stu, the old man on the block,
I'll
in the
give him
building.
credit for that.
Shout out to Uncle Stu. Nick Taylor in the building says, before you combat the females, they will have to do battle with the flying monkeys wearing capes whose mission is to protect BFF and black pathology. Boom. Like that's how I'm seeing it. Stacker Starve sent a $20 cash app. I do appreciate you for that. Charles Merchant in the building says, imagine that They don't want us to talk about mama. Instead, we should talk about productivity. Yet they go radio silent when black men talk about IT, technology, or anything intellectual. Facts. Perfect storm in the building. A daily bus pass ninja. Shout out to Prime VA 757 says it's weak to let women spread false narratives unchecked. Men are supposed to check women honestly, but it's okay for him to come up and check men about what they're doing, but it's never okay for men to check women about what women do. Like that's a very gynocentric ideology and pathology that a lot of them are walking around with. I don't know how they don't see it. I've been calling them red pill gynocrats, but it is what it is. Elwood Johnson in the building says there's nothing more feminine than this dude's argument. I think he's talking about that Dewan guy that was on Fox Soul. Black Wolf Inc. in here with another one. He said this motherfucker talking sign language. Bernie, damn, dude, stop talking like you a general in this space. You are barely a recruit. Facts. Major facts on that one. But he came with a battery. He came with battery on back. That he definitely did. Otis in the building says, if you don't like the content, why watch? There are other spaces on YouTube. His winter soldier chip must have went off. Yeah. And Eugene Thompson says soft girl era is an example of the change in black women behavior, even though it's not a finesse.
No, the computer. No, I think he had to have meant that it was a finesse. The phone must have added that shit. We'll give you that.
Yeah, that was a finesse. Shout out. I mean, that was a mistake. I think he meant it is a finesse. Everybody properly called that out. But I wonder, I mean, are we wrong for calling out that soft girl era bullshit, or we should just let men walk into the slaughter of thinking, oh, they're softer now, even though they're using the same get the bag rhetoric. Like, we are not to call that out. We are not to arm men with the tools and the thought process they need to navigate out here.
No,
but the people that he listened to does that. But it's okay when they do it. But when we do it, it's a problem. Like, so it's literally just I'm going to arbitrarily hate on certain people just for the fuck of hating on certain people. It's so clear that that's what it is.
There was zero logic in what he was saying, and you could tell because there's no foundation, and he had nothing to anchor back to, which is why he kept on. Yeah, man, I ain't going. Like, honestly, if you're not
just laughing,
yeah, I'm not going into that. I'm not going to play no game, dude. I'm asking you an honest question. It's an open-ended question. It's one thing if I try to ask you a yes or no question, and I try to aim it a certain direction. I ask you a simple thing: what has Anton said has resonated with you? I'm not saying that he hasn't said something that doesn't resonate with people. He clearly has a subscribership. Nigga, I ain't answering that. I ain't playing that. Wow. But you brought the nigga up.
All right. Elwood Johnson in the building says, dude sounds like a female sound like the female PhDs that came here. I don't know, you know who he's talking about. Stacker Star in the building.
Obsidian cut the head off.
The stack. No, I don't know who dude. He said dude sound like. I don't know what dude he talking about, but Stacker Starve in the building says they just want their favorite YouTubers to talk about what they want them to talk about. Yeah. No, I don't even interpret it as that.
Because it seems like what they want them to talk about is each other in a negative way. I mean, so that statement would be true if that's what they want the favorite YouTubers to talk about. Just
gossip niggas.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, the manosphere done went astray. I want the manosphere to be about manosphere content creators talking shit about other manosphere content creators. That's where the realness at. It's like that. Yeah, that's basically what he was saying.
Because whenever you say that, I want y'all to know. I'm just gonna let y'all know so y'all can already have these talking points together. Understand, you ever say that shit to me or where the fuck I'm around, cause I wasn't even talking to you. Yeah, because you trying to control the conversation. Just know I'm gonna ask you who's your top 3 YouTubers. And if you don't have a fucking answer, then I don't even know, because I know y'all niggas are just not randomly listening to any and every video. Because y'all say niggas, first of all, y'all shouldn't be listening to no content creator that you perceive is just bitching because they can't get pussy. If you think that Edward Anderson is just bitching because he can't get pussy, please do me a favor, unsubscribe and save your time. That's what you need to do. If you listen in anyway, then you will be blocked if I figure out that's what you're doing when you're trolling. So just understand that. So if y'all say all these niggas are talking about something, then are you listening or are you just assuming that's what's being said because we just exist?
Jaquan in the building says he sounds like he listens to Platinum Elite's motivational video every morning. Man, get out of there.
He
Shout out
said
to
he do
Platinum.
business, said go cry and complain to your mom. You know, my mom is in the hospital right now and she's suffering from a potential mild stroke. So you can go fuck yourself, do business. Dead ass. Why you sitting here acting like we ain't got no real lives? And I'm dead ass when I say that. So
El,
I'm actually
Well,
getting a
let's do
CAT
this.
scan right now. So I know, I mean, I'm just letting you know, I decided to say that, but I'm letting you know that just understand when you talking to motherfuckers like they some magical creatures or shit. Real people with real fucking lives.
Well, let's do this. I do.
Hold on. Mick Naker Deluxe. Why not do a stream on at Edward Anderson FICO score? Mick Naker, as in Nakers what these women do. So I see the trolls are here now.
Yeah, they are here heavy. Elwood Johnson in the building. He says whatever is what the hell is that? Biden in these spaces are having an effect to counteract the misgivings and bad narratives. I see it myself. I don't understand exactly what you were trying. I don't know exactly what you was trying to say there, but I think you yeah. So thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Says calling cap on this dude. Why don't dudes like this call out the Oprahs and others for generations of dogging men? That's why I said it's ultimately just trying to run interference for women. You don't want them criticized. It's weird. I don't know, but he says, "Be a real man. Don't you be talking about the gynocracy."
I
Yeah,
mean, he's still in the chat. I mean, that's the
yeah,
funny thing about it. Stop being sensitive. I want you to understand, and I said that on purpose, even though that's absolutely facts. Do business said, stop being sensitive, Edward Anderson. You know what I meant. This is the mindset behind these. They see YouTube as these are not real people. And you all are part of the problem because being on cruise, the problem is it's too many black men on fucking cruise control. Y'all niggas are operating like BTS calls it a winter soldier ship. You all are operating like a slave ship, like a slave ship. Like y'all really don't know what reality is. Like nigga, you're on here saying Bernard is obviously a part. You didn't have the balls to say it, but you came on this platform just because you think Bernard is actually a part of the people that's doing the bullshit you talking to.
yeah,
Yet you're still in the chat. I don't
yeah,
understand that. That's what I don't understand. Anyway.
yeah. Eugene Thompson says, "Sorry, that was a typo. The guy asked for an example of behavior change since the manosphere has been around."
Appreciate all the super chat guys.
Yeah, no,
Did
yeah,
y'all
yeah,
get
no,
over
yeah.
that number, that quota?
Oh, way over, way over.
So do they do I'm gonna fuck up your channel, be like, do they do rollover? No.
No, ain't no rollover, ain't no rollover. We starting fresh tomorrow. Starting fresh tomorrow.
And by the way, I'm gonna give Umar a little bit of relief if he did call her out because clearly that
Oh
goes against what I
no,
said.
he got a little exhausted by towards like the last 20 minutes of the interview, and he started shooting some shots back, but not.
So now you know. So like I said, I told you he know because you know somebody would have sent him that YouTube. You hear what this bitch said? Like,
Says maybe Riley can do an interview with Black Ram. Been there, done that. It's old and in the archives. Probably do for another one. Probably do for another one. Because
yeah,
it's like that
you
probably
should.
was like 2 years ago at this point when I talked to Black Ram over here. At least a
Yeah,
year and a
me
half.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Like, dude, stop
probably do for
saying you
another
don't
one.
have a problem with it's just man up. Dude, like I'm not gonna say this on your platform because it's my platform, but truth be told, if you were to tell me to man up in my face, you would need to own that. That's all that's what I'll leave it at there. Like stop chat boxing, man. Like you need to man up, nigga.
Yeah.
Like new rule. Stop if you don't show your face. You're not allowed, at least there. And I'm not saying that's the only prerequisite. You're not allowed to issue manhood certifications. And if you ain't showing your face and your chick ain't showing, you are not allowed to issue, man. I'm tired of y'all niggas thinking y'all can tell other dudes what it is to be men. Nigga, you listening to or Bernard in this case. You do realize you can be blocked, right? Like, why you
Yeah.
talking all that bullshit? Man up, man up, man up. Like, he said, Nick Taylor, they ain't gonna, bruh, just step up. I mean, for real. You man up, man up, man up. Like, dude, you sound like a bitch. Like, for real.
All right, so we pretty much went round and round, covered the main topic, got derailed, and went into all kind of shit because somebody came up here to charge the manosphere up with manosphering. Like literally, that's what he charges. If you're criticizing the manosphere for criticizing women, you're criticizing the manosphere for manosphering. Like that's what the manosphere been doing from jump. So
yeah.
anybody, so like
yeah, you're talking on a talk show.
Yeah, that's what I said. Why y'all just talking? It's about doing. Like you came on a talk show to accuse people of talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's the goofiness that they're on. That's the
well,
goofiness.
Once again, you're people like to, when they have their own inner miseries, they and their own feeling of inadequacies, they really try to take others down. And they find, because you give a perfect example when you talk about the movie Poetic Justice, and Tupac was talking to forget dude's name, Chicago, and he was like, oh, you work for the mailman, or you're a mailman or something like that. He's like, you a mailman too? He's like, yeah, but I'm in the union.
Man, what the fuck is
And just like this, it's like, y'all manosphere is talking, like you talking too. Yeah, but I went to the meetup. Is essentially I went to the meetup, so therefore I am somehow better. It's weird, but when you feel at the bottom, like it's like the ugliest bitch in school, or the second ugliest bitch in school, trying to find reason to make fun of the ugliest bitch in school. Like, or the second broke person is looking for a slightly broker person to make fun of. It's kind of pathetic, but I wish I could help with that. I really do. But sometimes, especially,
I'll pray for you.
Nah, that's
all right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that is a funny, like that Tupac called his homeboy you old post office working no union ass nigga. He called him a no union ass nigga. He's like, you work there too. I'm in the union though.
But that's a legitimate point, because that means you get. I'm sure from Michigan, you probably are like, damn, that is funny. That's something you couldn't help but laugh. Even if you were cool with the dude that the disc got made to, the guy told you to sign up. You talk about you want to pay them dudes. It's funny. Hey, it's funny. But
but he clowning him for working at the post office, but he worked there too.
Yeah, me nigga talk about we need ways to make 100,000. Nigga, then there's a whole bunch of black business anyway, fuck him. TMT, Thinking Man Simpler, that would be a great interview. I might try to see if I can reach out to Black Ram, or to reach out to him, because that would be a good interview. I'm gonna email you his thing, because he did a thing talk about don't call me a passport, bro. I'm a global citizen, because he's living New York dude, really cool dude. He showed his face for the first time. Did a 3-hour stream. And he's in Brazil, like he's in there on student visa, and he was talking about his journey and stuff. And he's on the same level as Black Ram. Like, in fact, he has 35,000 subscribers. He's an Igmore. So that would be a great interview. He's a really cool dude.
All right. We about to get up out of here. We about to read these last couple super chats. We about to get the hell up out of here. But that segment in the building says talking about women has always been part of the manosphere, but I do feel that talking to women about women is pointless. I disagree with that, and I haven't been doing it lately, talking to women directly, but listen, when the link is always in the chat if any chick want to come up and challenge me. So that ain't going nowhere. If we got all this stuff that we're saying, if somebody wants to come and give pushback and counter our points, we can have the debate. I don't know how that's pointless.
Shout out to Anton Daniels, who talked to women about women.
Yeah, Dr. Thunder in the building says, paying my respects. Shout out to Dr. Thunder. Eugene Thomas in the building says, okay, I already read that one. All right, we getting the hell up out of here. Thank y'all, everybody who supported the stream today. Y'all came through, supported hard and heavy. I do appreciate that. I said I'll be having women on show. I just had Jackie Jack on here the other day. But she don't count. She's anyway.
Wow, you just called her not a woman.
No. She always here. But thank you to everybody who supported.
You're an honorary man, Jackie.
Yes, yeah.
Just like Brittany Griner.
Oh no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, Brittany Griner gets fucked over. She might as well be an honorary black man. She gets fucked over, and she's paying child support. She got locked up abroad. Black women clearly don't give a fuck about her. Yeah.
The studs on TikTok, dude, they made a lot of nice tribute videos. All right. Thank you everybody who supported the stream, whether you like, share, subscribe, super chatted, Cash App, or just watched in Indifference or came up on the panel to hate on the show. I appreciate everybody who supported this. And with that said, everybody, we out of here. Peace. We didn't finish reviewing the discussion between Umar and Cynthia G. I'm going to have hood servers on here tomorrow. We're going to watch the second half of the video. And yeah, so we're probably just gonna do a double take, double tap of the show that we did today. Hopefully it's just as popping. So let's get it. Let's see y'all back in here tomorrow at about 10:30. You know, you never know when I'm gonna start, but see y'all tomorrow. We out of here. Peace.